Hello, hello, hello. Hey, Griffith, Vassiloft, Melodia, Nalan Diego, Karaoke, Elmegus. Good afternoon for most people. Hey, Dutch. Alright, just for the heck of it, I'm gonna local record this, just because I don't actually have a clean recording of any of my FF9 runs. Hey, Zaki. So, I'm gonna start from a clean reset, and then get going. Of course, if I was really gonna try to PB, that would almost certainly involve resetting a lot on the first battle because of wait, did I actually hold on a second? Because of wanting to get a really fast Mage Masher steal. Hey, Delm and Septeri. I'm always paranoid about not properly selecting fast disk speed, because that makes a really big difference in this game. It's probably a good, like, 30 to 45 minutes minimum of loading time that saves. Hey, Cinehole and Atma Weapon. Everybody else that's tuning in for the beginning. And here we go. Yeah, I mean, like, the PSN version of this game is really slow by comparison, just because of loading time differences. Hey, Sid Drennan and V-Man. Happy Memorial Day to everybody in the US, and happy Memoria Day to everybody that isn't. Oh, interesting. I've got a fat PS3, so I am not sure. And I plan to keep it that way too, because my PS3 is one of the models that can actually play PS2 discs. Thank you, Winderos, Ryu versus Jackio, Tomy, and Happy Squid. Good afternoon, everybody. That was the original plan, Parallax Solution, but I wasn't feeling up for it. We're still gonna hear some coughing today, but hopefully less than on Saturday. You can skip cutscenes in this game, a variety of methods depending on what kind of PS2 you have, but it's not allowed in my community. Hey, Zedeker. So in this game, unlike most others, there isn't any tangible benefit to shortening character names, just because the way text boxes work in this game is that if you press either the X or square button when the text box is drawing out, and that will finish drawing it out in one frame, then the next time you press either of those, it will advance to the next text box. So mashing back and forth between X and square will Alright, well that's a good note to start on. You know, I think this happened on my last FF9 run too. That's really, really, really lucky, by the way, too. Usually it takes like a minute or so to steal the Mage Masher. Steal that I have to get, unfortunately. My threshold is usually get Oops. That's what I get for looking at chat instead of paying attention. Hey Aaron, thank you. Oh yeah, hey. That's kind of the tradition for really, really good luck at this game. Hey, Night's Done, thank you, appreciate it. Yeah, the PAL version of this game has a really, really, really stupid, kind of, I should say, lack of change to it, because to get the Excalibur 2, you have to get to the Crystal World with less than 12 hours on the in-game timer. That's something I'm gonna in this run. I'm gonna do that with about like 2.5 hours to spare. But on the PAL version, they did not change the time requirement to account for the 50 frames per second rate. So that makes getting getting to the Excalibur 2 barely possible, even in a speedrun. Hey, Sakegeist. Hey, San Gillespie, thank you. I don't like how much I'm coughing already, but hopefully that will die down after I've had more water. I'm not going to try for the puck skip. There's a 4-second time saver you can do by talking to one of the guys along the edge of the street right when Puck touches you, and that cancels out the whole cutscene with Puck. I've gotten it a few times, but it takes practice. Hey, Akirock and Wells, it's going alright? Oops. Jeez. The rust is real. Nope. And my controller derping is real too. It seems like it only happens with... I should probably have used a different controller, because every once in a while when I play this game with this controller, my character just starts to want to run to the right for no apparent reason. It doesn't happen that often though. If it happens a lot, I'll switch controllers. Hey, Science. Now this is Vivi's theme. Kind of interesting that Alexandria doesn't actually have its own unique town theme. You always hear like a character's theme whenever you're here in the story. Thank you, Eaclaw. No, I'm just gonna go with this controller unless it happens a lot. I mean, generally, it's only happened like once or twice in the whole run lately. And it's only happened in areas that don't have random encounters, too. If I, like, get an extra encounter just because of my controller being weird, then, it'll definitely be time to switch. Yeah, a PC version of this game would be really, really nice because of loading times. I mean, that's a big part of why the random battles are such a big deal in this game, because because a large part of it is just the loading times to get in and out of them, along with the fact that you can't run away reliably without using Zidane's flee ability. But if the loading times were less of a thing, then that would make the times in this game a lot more consistent. I don't see that happening though, just because there's never been a PC version of this game before. It's, I mean, there were PC versions of 7 and 8 not too long after they came out, but they didn't do one for 9. So doing a PC version of 9 now would mean having to code it from scratch instead of just updating code that's already there. A good single segment run of FF9 would have under 60 encounters. I'm not going to bother counting my encounters in this run just because this is a fun, no reset run, but if I was going for PB, I would have a counter on my stream to track random encounters. I also don't really have a whole lot of real estate left because of all my other timers. Hey, Kizuragi. Hey, DJ Inline. You can manipulate encounters on the world map by stutter stepping, but that's it. Basically, the only other thing you can really do is to zone in and out in certain areas, because whenever you enter a new area, it resets your threat level for encounters. I mean, there's enough random elements that I mean, like that you can't do step count manipulation like you can in like 7 and 8, but there's a few places where I'm just gonna zone in and out of a room in order to lower my odds of an encounter, along with world map stutter stepping. The reason that works is because the my kind of educated guess on how it works is that your threat level for encounters goes up whenever you take a full step. So if you only walk in half steps, that prevents it from going up. It's not perfect because you still can get into into encounters on the world map even if you have a good stutter step rhythm, but it's very, very rare. No, there's no sequence breaking in this game. This is one of the least broken Final Fantasies, at least as far as like glitches and sequence breaks are concerned. I mean, it's still. I mean, I'm still going to be able to speedrun it without any heavy grinding, just because there's lots of really OP weapons and abilities. Well, King Leo fight, then sword fight. Yeah, there's a gold chocobo glitch, but it only works on very specific versions of the game. I was supposed to be Cinna, but was doing the weight trick there. can skip. Leo is slow enough that you can skip one of his attacks if you use the wait trick, right? Which I didn't do. Unlike in like most other Final Fantasies, the wait trick isn't nearly as useful in 9 as it is in the others. Just it doesn't end up letting you reduce enemy attacks very often unless they're really slow enemies. And if you just use it just because, you're gonna waste time, because then your ATB bars aren't filling up. Alright, let's see it. This is not, I'm sure this is probably not gonna be pretty. Just as long as I don't say yes to repeating the sword fight, that's all I'm really hoping for here. First mistake. So I only made one mistake. 85. Yeah, it's impossible to get 100 if you make any mistakes at all. I've done it a couple times. You get 10,000 bonus skill if you get 100 nobles. But that doesn't really save that much time in the run, strangely enough. All that I've really found to skip if I get that extra money is just a couple guild chests in the start of Disc 2. No, I wouldn't reset for a perfect sword fight in a PB attempt, just because it doesn't save enough time to justify it. Yes, I do the cotton robe trick a little bit. I want to make 4 cotton robes, just for a bit of extra cash for Disc 1. If anyone doesn't know what the cotton robe trick is, that's a fairly well-known exploit with the synthesis system, where there's a piece of armor you can synthesize called a cotton robe, which actually you can sell for more than it costs to make. Like it's about, I want to say, like about 300 gil profit from each cotton robe that you make and then sell. I get a lot of questions about the Moonstone too, which is the other prize you can get for 100 nobles. But in order to get whatever your second prize from the sword fight is, you have to go back upstairs and then talk to Queen Braun. And none of the prizes that you can get are worth that detour. Yeah, charge is so broken. I mean, I'm not going to get that until pretty much the end of the run, but it's a ability for Steiner that lets you have all of your characters that are in critical HP attack immediately without using their normal turn, and without triggering counterattacks, which is even bigger, because there's a lot of endgame bosses that have nasty counterattacks. Yes, I am going to SGDQ, in fact. Heads and tails, nice. I always find that interesting to hear about, like, how these games were localized into other languages besides English. Like, if they just used the English, like if they actually translated directly from Japanese into like French or German, or if they used the English translation as their basis. Yeah, Steiner's theme is so fitting for his character. No, we haven't, Parallax Solution, because when we get to SGDQ, we're going to practice and see if we can do a two-player, two-controller run where we split the battle party across two controllers. If we have trouble with that, then we're just going to do it like Spike Vegeta and I did this game, where we just take turns playing normally. Hey, Tiny Sprite. I love that moment there. So cartoony. No, the only Final Fantasy is going to be 6. There's never going to be more than one Final Fantasy again at a GDQ marathon. I mean, not that I think ever see happening, at least. Yeah, I got first try Mage Masher Steel, which is like I think that's my second run in a row that I've gotten that too, which is pretty ridiculous. Too bad it's largely going to be wasted just because this is no reset and I'm a bit rusty. I mean, it's been maybe like 3 months or so since I've played this, so it hasn't been forever, but it's been long enough that there's going to be little minor mistakes on it here and there. Hey, SMS. Hey, Bob. Well, Amaranth is Amaranth's name in the Japanese version is Salamander, but they couldn't fit Salamander into the English character limits. They made him Amaranth instead. Oh, thank you, Sock Arcadia. I would love to see a PC port of this game, but I don't see it happening just because there's never been one before. So it would have to be coded completely from scratch. Yeah, 7 and 8 both had PC ports when they were, like, back in the 90s. It would be nice, though. Them PC loading times. Oh, nice, Saki Rock. My first RPG was Dragon Warrior. Note the lack of numbers after the name. Haha! We'll meet again for the first time, for the last time. So in this battle here, I'm going to try to steal a silk shirt off of Steiner. Yes, I did very much get my Dragon Warrior card from subscribing to Nintendo Power. One more try for it. Yeah, I didn't get the silk shirt. Are you talking like NES, SNES, Bob? Because yeah, Europe got shafted horribly for good Nintendo cartridge-based RPGs. Like it was pretty much just like Secret of Mana and Evermore, Lufia 2, the Soul Blazer trilogy, and I think that was pretty much it. Because Europe didn't get any of the Super Nintendo Final Fantasies, Chrono Trigger, Earthbound, Super Mario RPG. How would you play a NTSC SNES game back then? Did you actually have to own an American SNES console and an NTSC television, or were there like converters you could use? I know that's not really a big problem now. I think most modern TVs can do either 50 or 60 hertz. Oh, a converter, okay. Well, that's good at least. Yeah, Terranigma was not released in North America, only in Japan, Europe, and Australia. It's a shame. I mean, I'm sure Terranigma would be more popular if it had been released in North America, but I'm very much okay with Europe having a good exclusive SNES game. Given how, like we were just talking about how few other ones they got. I think the reason why, too, was that Enix's office in the Americas was closed after the English translation of Terranigma was made. So they never bothered releasing it over here. But thanks to the magic of emulation and, or as I prefer, flash cartridge, can play Terranigma in English at 60 FPS over here. Yeah. Even though Europeans can play FF4, 5, and 6 now, I still just feel kind of sorry for them that they never got to play it when it was new, like when it was absolutely cut, like when FF6 was out. It was just the most cutting-edge game ever as far as, oops, wait, why am I doing this? Should be beating myself up. For pretty much all of the Steiner battles, except for the second one, it's faster to actually have your characters kill themselves than to actually fight. Hey, Proot and Mimar. So the goal here is to finish the next Steiner battle before the half-hour mark. I mean, I've made several derps already, so I don't know if that's going to happen. Although getting the first try of Mage Master Steel may still make it a reality, sadly. Yeah, I did not really fully understand the plot of Final Fantasy VII until my second playthrough, like when I saw all the calm and other flashbacks, already kind of knowing the truth behind them. Hey, morning, Jen. So this battle doesn't immediately end when all of your characters that have been garnet are dead, but that will make Steiner stop attacking. Saves time. Okay, so this looks like it should be sub half hour Steiner 4. I mean, I do my Steiner bomb split when the menu disappears. Yeah, FFT's story. It probably took me 3 playthroughs to actually understand FFT's story, although a big part of that is just how Palmer dance. A big part of that is how terrible the English localization of FFT is. Like, say what you will about the PSP War of the Lions port, but at least that kind of makes the storyline easier to follow, regardless of your feelings on the Shakespearean English script that they use. Well, I got first try Mage Master Steel again, because I know I got that in my last special that I played 9 for. 85 nobles because I missed one of the inputs. The least number of encounters I've gotten is it's either 56 or 58. It's my PB. It's my FF9 run that has least encounters. My PB for this is 921. Yeah, it's just too bad that there's that really awful lag in War of the Lions with battle animations. Well, I know I know one of the recent times that I ran this, I got first try Mage Master Steel. Yeah, PSX is the only version of Tactics Ogre that I've played. I mean, it was the only version that existed back in the early 2000s. Oh, I don't remember how it broke down by disc. I mean, it is easy to remember when I got my FF9 PB. It was on New Year's Day of 2013. Hey, Omni, good afternoon. Happy Memorial Day. None of the PlayStation Final Fantasies really have alternate categories just because of how long they are. I mean, there's a couple people that have made up their own categories, like defeating all weapons in 7, or like unlocking Nemesis in 10, but that's just personal categories. The community hasn't agreed to any additional categories. Oh yeah. I mean, for 7 has 2 categories: slots and no slots. Yeah, I visited Arlington Cemetery on my first visit there for AGDQ, and that was pretty powerful experience. So getting into an encounter on this screen with Zidane by himself is actually pretty good, because it means Zidane gets all the experience, and I need Zidane to reach level 4 before I get to Black Waltz. And if I don't get any encounters with just Zidane, and that means higher odds that I'm going to have to force extra battles in order to reach that level. Other than this, no. I mean, this might pretty much my plan for the day. I didn't end up having any family memorial day plans come up. Yeah, oh, Zidane reaching level 2 before this battle saves a little bit of time too, because then I don't have to see his D-trance animation after I kill Prison Cage. For 8, it's basically just a strategy difference. Because getting the Zell card is pretty much inarguably faster than not, but the debate is if it's worth both the amount of time it takes and the number of resets you need to do in order to get a good Zell card time. Yeah, Zero Kainos is 100% FF7 PC runs are interesting. Oh, raise your hand if you've game overed on this fight because of using Tidal Flames. I have. I got 85 nobles. I missed one of the inputs. It only, I mean, as long as you get over like 80 or so, between 80 and 99 is should give disc 1 shopping. Oh, thank you, Nep. Yeah, if you use an all-targeting attack, then that will kill Garnet and you game over. So here I want to steal a broadsword off of Prison Cage. It's the common steal, so it would mean I'd be getting pretty trolled if I didn't get it. Oh, by the way, there's a speed up trick I should be using that I've been forgetting to so far, and that's that if I select a character's attack while there isn't already another animation going on, if I tap the L1 and R1 buttons to attempt to run away, that will cancel their weapon ready pose animation, which saves frames every time I do it. That wasn't a thing when I ran this game more regularly, so I haven't really gotten used to doing it yet. I don't know, Swedish Shogun. I've never played the PS3 version of 6. Maybe somebody else in chat that has can speak for that. keep forgetting how... Okay, yeah, it's when the camera moves is when I can stop mashing. Then VV tips his hat is the cue to stop mashing there. I mean, as you can probably tell, there's a lot of cutscenes in this game where it's very easy to just keep mashing and then talk to somebody and wait and get extra text that wastes time. So for a lot of them, I kind of try to rely on visual cues to tell when to stop mashing or when the end of the cutscene is nigh. Oops, yeah, blank, please. So I'm picking up a bunch of ethers here just for, at this point, just to sell for money. I don't actually need to use ethers to recover MP until the end of the run. Alright, so for the Baku battle here, this kind of sets the stage for when Zidane is going to get his next trance, because the number depends on how many times Baku actually hits. And sometimes when Baku attacks, he just whiffs. Hey, Kabahi. It's going okay so far. I mean, I haven't played this game for about 3 months. There is a bit of rust at work, but so far so good. No, he hasn't whiffed yet. Okay, so Baku brought his A game today. Because sometimes when he attacks, he just falls down and then doesn't actually hit you. Yeah, this is my... yeah. I wasn't really planning on doing a whole lot of practice on this, just because I've played it much more recently than I've played Parasite Eve or FF6 with the Shadow Route, but I didn't end up really practicing either of those either, because of being sick. If I'd have gotten the 10,000 nobles, I'd have skipped going back in here to get this ether, but that should be kind of an indication of how little time getting the 10,000 or getting the 100 nobles actually saves, which is kind of disappointing. But that's also good in that it means I don't have to keep resetting to getting both a good Mage Masher steal time and getting 100 nobles in order to get a run started. Ooh, the FF4 luck was not kind yesterday. So for first 2 dungeons I'm gonna be fighting any random encounters I get into just because I need Zidane to reach level 4 before Black Waltz. And I can one-shot all the enemies here. That's what we like to call a last step encounter too, which is just a nasty troll by the game. Because every time you enter a new field in a dungeon area in this game, it resets your threat level for encounters, which is why the number of encounters you get in a run is very inconsistent. Hey, Volta, is afternoon, sir. Hey, off key. Hey, Sarah, thank you. Hopefully this evil forest encounter luck is not indicative of how the rest of the run is going to go. Actually, you know, it just occurred to me that in that first encounter I should have had Vivi kill himself so that Steiner and Zidane got more experience, just because his turn came up first. And I'm gonna safety save here, just in case I screw up the plant brain fight. I don't want to have to start all the way at the beginning. This wouldn't be much of a viewer's special run if I died and had to mercy kill it. Hey, Nitrodon. It's pretty much always the Rafflesias in this area, which I can only kill with Steiner's Fire Sword. Oh, Dendrobium. They look like a Rafflesia. Radiant Ice, I'm running FF6. Hey, Mecha Jeff. So this boss has a pretty interesting sequence break to it. It's normally meant to be a kind of a two-phase battle before and after blank appears, but there's a silly trick I can use in order to actually skip the first phase and have the amount of HP that Plant Brain has. And that's to kill Zidane, because that will make blank appear immediately, and then Plant Brain loses about half of its HP. Hey, Mr. Zwanzig. This is why I really wanted to get that silk shirt steal from Steiner, was so then Vivi wouldn't be at risk of getting one shot by Plant Rain's Thunder if it did it. Oh, thank you. Thanks for the compliment. Okay, I was supposed to check Zydane's experience there and didn't. I can do it during the next part. I'm gonna steal Blank's equipment. I don't think there was actually a point in healing VV either, just because I'm gonna try to kill him most likely in this fight. Yeah, someone want to ban that link spammer, please. So I want Zydane to get all the experience from this to guarantee he gets to level 4. If I'd have been paying more attention to how much he had after the Plant Rain fight, then I might have been able to skip that. And had VV one-shot all of the spiders with his fire spell. Yeah, that's I mean, that's true for most Final Fantasies. I mean, the only Final Fantasies that give you I guess from the SNES era and onward that actually give you experience from bosses are 4 and 7. The others just give you money, items, and then AP, or whatever their equivalent is. Yeah, I do want to improve my PB at this game. I have no idea when, though, just because I want to improve my time at 7 first, just because I put a lot more work into that recently, and I haven't actually PB'd on it for a while now. I don't really see myself ever getting record at this game, but I would like to beat the SDA run if possible. Which is a 908. The record is an 852, which is insane. Yeah, it is I mean, I know people that have at least attempted level 1 runs of this game. For the most part, staying level 1 is kind of harder than actually winning battles, just because I mean, you don't get experience from bosses in this game, but there are a fair number of other battles that you do get experience from. Like, probably the worst part of the whole game is the Aoife tree, just because there's a lot of forced encounters there that you have to win by getting your characters zombied. so that they don't, because if you're a zombie, you don't get experience. For the battles like in the Clara War segment, you have to get a stop on your enemies, because if all enemies are stopped, then you win. You don't get any experience or gil. That also works on you too. If all of your characters get stopped, it's game over. Just say no to tutorials. Yeah, I think the idea for the level 1 challenge is that you have to beat Necron with a party of all level 1 characters. So, like for the You're Not Alone battles, you basically have to have the experience go to characters that you're not going to use for Necron. So while that Mist Continent marquee is up on the screen, I can't get into random encounters, so I don't actually need to stutter step for the first time until I get through this cave. The save point inside the cave is pretty far out of the way, so I'm just going to save outside. I'm not going to be saving too ridiculously often, but there's several bosses in the first, on disc 1 that can kill me, mostly just if I screw up badly enough. Hey, Fane. Not that I'm aware of, V-Man. Pretty much the only Final Fantasies I'm aware of that have pretty good speed FAQs are 6 and 7. 6 has a really good FAQ by Mr. MV, and 7 has one by Garland G. I mean, Garland G's FAQ is more geared towards segmented runs, but it's still really, really good as far as learning all the story triggers and like other minor optimizations. Yeah, I'm feeling a lot better. One of the biggest parts of why I didn't want to end up wanting to do this yesterday was that I didn't sleep very well the night before. Come on, get up there, please. Ah, it's too slow there. So the gimmick in this cave here is that whenever you touch any of these mist plumes, that I didn't even realize is what they were the first time I played. I just thought they were like water vapor. You'll get forced into an encounter. Because the normal encounter rate in the ice cavern is pretty low. Yeah, because there I just made it all the way through with no encounters. Let's heal, right? That's alright. That's why it's pretty important to get to level 4 before exiting the evil forest, if possible, just because the encounters in the ice cavern take longer to fight, and you might have to run around in circles for a bit to force one, too. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, for people that have never played a Final Fantasy before, I'd recommend like 6 or 9 for their first ones, because they're the best of their generation. So the next kind of goal is to beat Black Waltz and Sea Lion before the hour mark, which I'm not gonna. It's not gonna happen here just because I got too many encounters in the evil forest, and and I've been saving too. After the first Crystals for Life, we went on a hike in a frozen waterfall canyon in Alberta, and one of the frozen waterfalls looked exactly like this one, which made me be on the lookout for ringing bells. That's terrible ATV on Zidane, so if I get lucky, I can get my first attack off before Black Waltz attacks, but what's happening here? Hey, Ninja Moonin, thank you. This is further kind of affecting when I'm going to get my next trance. Yeah, I know Elko had some pictures of that on his gallery. The nasty trick to this fight is that Sea Lion counterattacks with Blazara and then with Tsunami at certain HP values, and then he gets his normal turn right afterwards. So it's pretty easy to die here if you're not prepared for it. This fight is also a tad harder in the Japanese version because his Tsunami attack that he's about to use does more damage. I think it does about 30 more damage in the Japanese version. So I should be good to go here. He's dead on the next hit, but if I miss, then I am, so I'm not going to chance it. This is pretty much guaranteeing I'm going to get a trance on somewhere I don't want it. Rip Frozen Waterfall. Your sacrifice was not in vain. Yeah, 80. Yeah, that was pretty. That's really the only fight in the whole run where damage rolls matter, because that affects whether it takes 5 or 6 hits to kill Sea Lion. I got a lot of low damage rolls too. You can get, I believe, between 86 and 100. If not 100, like 98 or so. Oh cool, Mr. Zwanzig. Yeah, it's pretty rare for people to actually have kind of the time and motivation to do full guides of speed guides on RPGs, just because of how much work doing a really good guide is. I don't see myself ever making any, just because of how much work it would take that I could be spending working, like practicing runs. Wow. Encounters are real. This is my Zidane ATB luck. Thank you, Hobdibbers. Hey, Giraffeme. Afternoon. Oh yeah, I'm with you, Elmagus. I mean, you're not really going to become a good runner of an RPG just by following a guide, because you kind of need to fumble around with the game yourself in order to figure out what can go right versus what can go wrong too. Because for me, at least, kind of half the fun of running RPGs is having to kind of adapt on the fly depending on what happens in battles and with other stuff that's outside your control. So just like watching a video of the record of a game isn't really going to give you the full picture of like all the routing that went into it and what like backup strats are and stuff. Doing your own routing might make you come up with some strats that no one else ever has before too, which then lets you kind of make your mark on the community for the game. Alright, so this is the first time getting to stutter step. So I'm doing this to reduce my odds of world map encounters, and I'm being very, very careful to avoid going into that forest. There's a certain blooper on my Twitch and YouTube channels that I'll just refer you to as far as what can happen if you go into that forest. I like how in the German version of the game, Dagger is called Lily instead because of naming herself after a lily dagger, which I guess is a ninja weapon. Because just Dagger always struck me as just an unfitting name for a white mage summoner type character. Yeah. Oh, that forest and its mousy denizen. Yeah, and that's probably the most common renaming in like almost all of Final Fantasy is renaming Dagger to Garnet. Yeah, it didn't really take me that long to do my route for Parasite Eve, just because I based the weapon modding route off the tasks and just took out stuff that's not realistic on console, like getting 1% super tool drops. Hey, Garboots. Yeah, Nanaki for Red 13. Alright, so now I need to trip a bunch of story triggers in order to advance the story. Which is, like, always true in RPGs, but the triggers I have to hit here are a little weird. So I need to go into this garden here. Go in and out of this shop, not once, but twice. Talk to Vivi. And then Dagger will be at the item shop after I've done all these events here. Yeah, if you go back to the Eidolon's wall, I think in Disc 4, you can find out that Dagger/Garnet's true name from her birth parents is Sarah, which is a shout out to Final Fantasy 1. Sarah being the princess of Corneria Castle. Nice, Aaron. So picking the second option from these dialogues here gives you slightly faster text in the cutscene. It's with an H. The girls I've known in real life named Sarah usually don't have the H, but I think in general that's the more common spelling. Alright, so let's see, 4 of these, and 3 of these. Oh, fun fact too, if I'd have been a girl instead of a boy, oops, then my name would have been Sarah, because my parents didn't find out what gender I was before I was born. And I derped a bit there. I thought I was supposed to go talk to Vivi through the pipe, but that comes after this. Yeah, I didn't get the I get the second Mistodon skip for the first time, I think when I was practicing for my last special that I ran this game for, just because I didn't know back when I ran the game more regularly that you had to be walking instead of running, and I always do auto run. Because there's no way I'm not going to use auto-run in this game with as long as it is, because even though it costs like a second or so to actually set the auto-run option, that means I don't have to hold the circle button anytime that I want to move with the D-pad. Yeah, the only game that I know of that that lets you rename like NPCs and villains is Wild Arms 2. That lets you rename like every important NPC when you're first introduced to them. It depends on what area I'm in, basically, whether I use analog or D-pad. Because if I just have to move in a straight line, then I'll do D-pad for more efficient movement. But if I have to go around curves and stuff, then I'll use analog. Like here, I'm using analog. Like, I think the last area that I used D-pad a fair amount in was the Prima Vista. Hey, SCO, thank you. Well, I think Aaron and Jennifer were both pretty popular names in the 80s, since I had a lot of classmates of those names. No, I don't want to put splits up just because this is a no reset run with a lot of safe strats and stuff too. So actually having splits would be depressing. Because every time I save, it's costing like 15 plus seconds. But I'm saving before any kind of dangerous part, just because this wouldn't be much of a special if I had to mercy kill it because of dying. Yeah, there's no Jennifers in my family, but I have a cousin named Aaron, the female version. Oh, nice. Rip CPL. My name's Adam, and my parents named me Adam because I was their firstborn son. It's pretty simple like that. I don't know what the basis for Sarah was if I was a girl. So this screen here, I'm just pressing up on the D-pad because that makes me head straight for the exit. Eve isn't really that common of a name, at least from my experience. I don't think I've ever actually personally known a woman named Eve. I know they're out there. Eva is probably more common than Eve for names. So I have to wait for Morris to, or Morid, I think his name is, to get most of the way to the bottom of the stairs before the story can advance, so I grab these free items here while I'm waiting for him. Thank you, Dread. Oh, it's common in Finland? That's good to know. Alright, this next boss is pretty scary. Oh, I'm definitely doing a 4-job Fiesta. I highly recommend it, even if you haven't played FF5 before. It's still a lot of fun. I mean, you'll probably have more fun if you know enough about the game to be dangerous as far as like what the good job abilities are. But there's a lot of help you can get from other people and like guides and stuff about how to play FF5. Second option's faster here. Hey, Tiberius. Alright. Let's see how we do. I'm gonna wait to see who she attacks next. Okay, looks like I got the fire skip. Okay, good fight. Nice. So, what happened there was that normally Black Waltz number 2, hold on a second, I got one. Okay, you can get either 1 or 2 ethers too, and I only got 1. Oh, I also need to pay attention here to avoid soft locking the game too. Because if I select depart now too fast, that'll soft lock the game. I mean, I think that all you have to do to avoid soft locking the game is select depart now after Steiner is done shaking his fist, but I always wait for Steiner to turn around just to make 100% certain that I'm not going to soft lock the game. So anyway, yeah. Ordinarily, when Black Waltz number 2 gets to about half health or so, she'll cast Fyra and your whole party as a counterattack, but there's a weird AI exploit you can do to skip it, where if you have whoever she attacks right before you bring her below that threshold kill themselves, then that'll skip the Fyra. And it's really, and I really want it to be VV too, just because VV is useless in that fight other than letting Steiner cast Fire Sword, because if I have VV cast Fire on Black Waltz number 2 and she counterattacks with something worse, I think it's like Blizzard or Blizzara. Yeah, I didn't really know that either, but I think it's pretty commonly stated that Black Waltz number 2 is female, and 1 and 3 are male. I mean, the shape of her body kind of supports that too. Yeah, I'm gonna play the GBA version of FF5 for the Fiesta this year, just because I've never played it before. And I like the idea of being able to dash without a thief. That was one annoying thing about the Fiesta last year, because I played the Super Famicom version with the English patch, is that since Monk was my Wind Crystal job, I couldn't dash. Oops. Hey, Biscuit, afternoon, sir. You can dash without a thief in any version of the game other than the Super Famicom version. So, PlayStation and GBA. I mean, the GBA is basically the best English version of the game. The only real downsides are that the music isn't quite as good because it's a GBA game, and there's two glitches that aren't in that game that are in the other versions that are useful for speedrunning, which isn't really going to matter for 4-Job Fiesta anyway. Yeah, last time I ran this game, I actually got about 1,500 viewers at the end, which was really nice. I guess we'll see who's watching streams on Memorial Day this year. Yeah, so once again, happy Memorial Day to all of my American viewers, and happy Memoria Day to everybody else. Railcoon runs Legend of Dragoon, if that's what you mean by Dragoon. I've never played the game, so I can't really tell you anything more than that. Thank you, Kev. Appreciate it. I've heard a couple people talk about running Parasite Eve 2, but I don't know anybody that streams it. It's such a sad cutscene. Fortunately, this next Black Waltz 3 battle is the least random battle in the whole game. Just because it follows a fixed turn order and all of Black Waltz's actions are manipulatable. Yeah, it's gotten to the point where pretty much any game ever has at least one person that speedruns it. So the first thing I need to do is I need to hit Black Waltz 3 before it takes its, well, I guess I'm calling it an it, before it takes its first turn, because that'll make it start flying in the air instead of casting fire in my whole party. preferred steel to get there is the steepled hat, but pretty much anything you can steal from Black Waltz 3 is useful. If I'd have gotten high damage rolls, I could have killed it with Vivi's first fire instead of second, and that would have saved me the D-trance animation. It's going alright. My encounter luck hasn't been very good, but I'm not counting encounters because this isn't a PB attempt. I mean, unless I'm really, really short on money in Lindblom, I'm just gonna save the Linen Cuirass and then not buy an extra one later. Because I also had to buy an extra wrist because of not getting the one from Baku. So when the next FMV starts, I'm gonna take a break quick because it's my last chance for a couple hours. Yes, Attack of the Silver Dragons cutscene is probably my favorite FMV in the whole game. It always gets me pumped for finishing the run. Yeah, I wasn't in any shape to do this yesterday just because I was sick and I hadn't slept very well the night before. You'll still hear a bit of coughing today, but the fact that I slept pretty well last night makes a world of difference. Hey, Dusler. No idea, actually. I mean, I would probably guess the PC version of FF3 is going to be pretty similar to the PSP version. Hey, Petulant. Well, this run, I mean, I haven't died yet, which is always a good thing in this game. There aren't really a ton of places where I would say it's really, really easy to die in this run, but there are definitely places where if you make mistakes, you can die. Just die if you're following the strats properly. Then there's not a whole lot of places where you can die just because of the game trolling you. Alright, so here we have the place that you learn to hate when you speedrun this game, Lindblom Castle, just because you come here 4 times during the story, and every time you come here it's for a ton of cutscenes. So I'm going to hit a commercial here, and which I'll be doing every time I come to Lindblom, because all you're missing is just people talking and nothing actually exciting happening. So BRB. Rachel, there we go. Yeah, before I get back into this game more seriously, I do need to update my route, because my Disc 3 route is pretty outdated. I need to do a better AP chart as far as learning abilities in Disc 3. Also, that bartender's mustache is awesome, by the way. Hey, morning, Villagin. Yeah, that was kind of weird in 8 that they only let you rename Squall into the Noah, because it's not like 8 has voice acting with the character names. I mean, not like that's why you can't rename characters in 10, is because of voice acting. And then they have to do all of that dancing and dodging around saying Titus's name because of being able to rename him. Like, I always have to call him you, star of the Xanarkand Daves, the son of Jecht. I'm sure people that speedrun the game can list off each and every one of them. Although in the speedrun, only Squall's name gets changed because you can skip the cutscene of naming Renoa and Angelo, and they just have their default names then. Okay, so that's barely enough there. A big thing I'd be doing before getting back into the game more seriously too is drilling all of these menus so that I can do them without notes. And just from muscle memory too. Because you can buffer inputs well enough in this game that you can dang it. You just saw like a potion or something. I guess yeah. Or I can just sell the cotton robes now. Like, ordinarily I'd be selling all of the cotton robes after I'm leaving Lindblom. So yeah, if I'd have just done a little bit better in the sword fight too, that wouldn't have been a problem. Or if I'd have gotten the second ether drop from Black Waltz number 2. District. This is the other annoying thing about Lindblom, is that it's just got lots of running around and doing fetch quests. Probably the most exciting part of Lindblom is the Festival of the Hunt. The worst Lindblom visit, though, is the third one, which is at the start of Disc 3. Oh wait, oh. I had to go talk to, I have to do this, then talk to that guard, and then that'll let me steal a uniform. Yeah, there's a theoretical route that no one's ever actually done on console yet for this game that involves a glitch that's only in like 1.0 versions of the game, called the Gold Chocobo glitch, where you can get a gold chocobo earlier than you're meant to be able to, and you can use that to skip like half of Disc 3, basically. I think you'd pretty much just need to play until you get the blue Narcissus, and then you'd go directly to Ibsen's castle. The problem with that, though, is that it only works in certain versions of the game, and then you'd basically be replacing going to dungeons and fighting battles and stuff with just playing Chocobo Hot and Cold for a really long time, which does not interest me at all. Ah, that guard. It's almost like I'm trying to glitch past him, even though I have to get into the elevator here. Yes, I'm ashamed to admit it, but yeah, I'm not interested in playing Hot and Cold as part of this run. Angry birds are jerks. Yeah, Triple Triad is the most addicting Final Fantasy minigame ever made. Yeah, like that's a criticism of like FF10's soundtrack, is that the To Xanarkand theme is overused too much in the soundtrack, along with Suteki Dane. Or Suteki Dane, I think is how you pronounce it properly. I don't think Melodies of Life is overused too much in 9, though. I mean, it's in the world map theme and in a couple of cutscenes, but that's basically it. Hey, Zach. Afternoon, sir. Yeah, and I mean, yeah, the words to Melodies of Life kind of encapsulate the theme of the game really, really well, too. Just kind of the message of the game is that living and confronting the challenges in life is what it's really about. Time for my Festival of... probably can't see it too well here, but I'm wearing my Festival of the Hunt Yeti shirt for this run. Yeah, I'm more of a triple triad fan. The thing that kind of kills Tetramaster for me is the randomness and how plays turn out. Because in triple triad, everything is predictable based on the cards you play and then the rule set for the game, whereas Tetramaster has random elements to how plays result. Yeah, I enjoyed FF10 Blitzball. I didn't mind having to play it to get Wakka's ultimate weapon. Now the big question, though, am I going to get a trance on the Festival of the Hunt? Because that's a pretty big troll there if that happens. I think it's decently likely to, given that Baku didn't whiff at all, and I got I had a really bad sea lion fight as far as the number of turns it took. Just like the grand finale theme for when you fight Ultros 2 in FF6, this theme is criminally underused. The only other time you can hear this music is if you fight Hades. Oh no! Okay, I didn't trance at least. So yeah, the outcome I want from the festival is for Freya to win, because then I get a coral ring accessory, which is really useful. And the fastest way to to get Freya to win is just to have Zidane suicide on the first battle. Plus it saves you 8 minutes. So that was good that the Moo didn't attack, because it might have tranced Zidane if it did. Because pretty much the outcome I'm hoping for is that I can save that trance until Gizmaluke, because that lets me save a bunch of time on Gizmaluke if I get a Zidane trance there. But I've still got a ways to go. Like, I could get the trance on the black mages I have to fight in the entrance to the grotto. Or on a random encounter somewhere, too. That would be kind of bad, too, because if when Zidane trances, he loses access to his normal skills, because they get replaced by his dying special attacks. So you can't use Flee if you get tranced before you Q it. Oh, are you able to steal a weapon for Quina from the Zognol or something? Apparently I missed a tent somewhere, because I should have 4 of those now. Hopefully that's not a problem for Gizmaluk. Yeah, if in a segmented run would be following a different route at this point, because you'd want to recruit Quina on Disc 1 and then learn so you can learn the Limit Glove ability, which make Quina if Quina has 1 hit point when you use Limit Glove, it does 99 damage, otherwise it does 1 damage. And you can use Limit Glove to one-shot a couple of bosses like Gizmaluk and Beatrix. But there's no way to reliably get to 1 hit point in single segment, so in single segment I don't get Quina until Disc 2. I'm being kind of conservative with my stutter stepping here just because this is the longest world map walk in the run. Oh, I'm definitely safety saving before going into the grotto and before Gizmaluk, especially if I'm short on a tent. Wonder which tent I missed. Hey, Yagamoth, evening, sir. So there it is. Can barely see on my TV where it is. Okay, optimize, So I only actually need 4 Gishal greens to for actually summoning chocobos, but I like to get 2 extras just because using a Gishal green in battle can cure Berserk. So I just like to have 2 extra for de-berserking if needed. There's pretty much every random encounter you can get in the grotto is dangerous, so safety saving. Because there's enemies that can berserk you, there's enemies that can charm you, and yeah, it's just a danger. Fortunately, it's short too. Almost every dungeon in this game is really short if you just go directly to the exit, because the dungeons are pretty much all designed in this game to have lots and lots of side areas to go to find treasure and stuff, but just going straight to the exit is pretty short generally. Hey, Oaksan and Wickedtron and Blurred Shade. Yeah, so because Zidane hasn't actually mastered the Flea ability yet, for the end of Disc 1, I have to keep switching his weapon back and forth because I want to have the Ogre whenever I fight. But when I'm in the areas that have random encounters, I want to have either a dagger or Mage Masher so that I can use Flea. So these black mage battles could trance Zidane too. Although Zidane has the coral ring, so if the mage uses thunder on him, it's not going to trance him, but fire or blizzard probably will. Nope, still didn't get it. Okay, that's good. Just need just one more black mage battle. I had GV kill himself just to try to get Zidane up one level before getting to Gizmaluk. And there's the trance. Rip, fast Gizmaluk fight. Yeah. Yeah, they kind of forgot to tie off Freya's storyline at all. And they just kind of quietly gloss over it in the ending. Hey, Star Prism. Still curious where I missed a tent too. I don't actually remember where all of them are offhand. I know one's in the church in Alexandria and another's in the Dragon's Gate area and Lindblom. I don't remember where the other two are. Oh, which Moogle do I talk to? There we go. Alright, then after this I'll save. Next boss is a jerk. You'd think you'd be able to cross behind the bell, but you can't. It's blocking the way. Alright, so compromise plus headgear. Wait a minute. What equipment does Frey have? Oh no, Zidane is supposed to get Bird Killer. That's kind of important to have. Oh, Freya was supposed to be in the front row too. Oops. I'll have to remove her during the fight. I only have 3 tents, so... Well, anyway, you'll see what I need the tents for right now. They're not for sleeping in. Nice, first try. So yeah, when you use tents during battle, it refills all HP MP, but also has a chance to inflict poison, silence, and darkness. This is still a dangerous fight, even if he's blinded though, just because he's so he hits you so accurately, even when blinded. Every time it says can't cast, that means he was about to use water. Which is quite dangerous if he's actually not able to cast it. Gizmaluk is so freaking fast, too. Like sometimes he gets double turns in between me. Alright, that was a really good fight. I got first try tent and he didn't kill anybody. Probably the more well-known way to fight Gizmaluk is to use Zidane's Soul Blade special ability, which inflicts a status condition that's based on which weapon he has equipped. With the Ogre, it's Darkness. But in order to nerf him as best I can, I do need to get him silenced too, which requires using a tent. Hey, Paranoics, it's going alright? Yeah, you should. It's a good game. I mean, my main advice for playing this game casually is to turn up the battle speed to max. Otherwise, battles are really slow in this game if you play on the default battle speed. It's still, I mean, it's the fastest battle speed is still really slow in this game compared to to like 7, 8, and 4. Oh wait, no, almost forgot the chest. I do speedrun 7. I just haven't for a while because I've been focusing on 6. Yeah, I mean, there's always VODs of my streams. I mean, since this is a special occasion, I'll make sure to save the VOD. Closest you're gonna get to my favorite Final Fantasy game is in my Twitch page bio. Hey, Gangrel. Eight doesn't interest me as much as the others, just because of how much RNG you have to get past to get a run going, and then after that, how repetitive the battles are. I mean, I think the first like 2 hours of the 8 run are pretty cool, and then the last hour is really intense and exciting with the final dungeon and battle. But everything in between that I find kind of dull, just because it's either cutscenes or just bosses that you're just abusing limits on. Just have to say thanks to everybody that voted for this game for my follower special instead of 8, because I have enough people ask me to play 8 that I figured I'd give them their chance, but fortunately 9 won. Hey, Joke. It took me a couple months to learn this run. I mean, It helps that the Japanese Final Fantasy community has already did a lot of the work as far as figuring out which weapons and abilities are most useful. And Essentia did a segmented run that had quite a few strategies that are perfectly usable in single segment. Hey, Seven Sins. Yeah, or Seattle in the US is another city of eternal rain. No. Even with dirt blanking and thinking about it, I still forgot which way to go. I have to go get the bridge to fall down, and then I can go across in that area. Kind of obnoxious in this game that even if you get a preemptive, you still can't run away reliably without flee. I think the reason for that is that in this game, your ability to run away is based on your level relative to enemies. I mean, since this is a speed run and I'm always going to be massively underleveled, that makes running away mostly useless. So it's very important to walk across this bridge so that I can actually get this chest. Alert is a really important ability because it prevents back attacks. Fortunately, I haven't actually gotten back attacked yet. Someone please ban that troll with the ASCII spam. Hey, it's actually really lucky. Okay, I guess I get to do it. Since my mods are all asleep. This Iron Knight here is, we like to call the Potion Buster, because it has a fire attack that does a bunch of damage to your whole party and makes you use a bunch of potions. Yeah, I decided to unban Twitch faces because people don't... the thing that bothered me about them was that in lots of chats, people would spam them and that would drown out real conversation, but That doesn't seem to be a problem in my chat, so I decided to unban them. I banned the two most popular Twitch faces at one point. I don't need the ogre until, oops, where am I going? Until I'm out of this area. Just because I'm running away from every other battle here. Alright, so here I'm just doing a zone in and zone out to reset the encounter threat rate to try to make it to this next door without encounters. Okay, it was actually the tent I wanted. I'll take the Phoenix down though. There's another just zone in and out. Alright, and that's the end of disc 1, basically, Sans of Beatrix battle. Yeah, you get flea from the Germanus boots too, which is why oops. Like an option. But I don't need to fight anything until I get to Clara's trunk though, is the thing. So I don't bother re-equipping the ogre until I actually need to fight stuff with Zidane. I have not played any Crystal Chronicles games. I don't even know offhand what system they're for. Is it like GameCube and Wii? I see 715 for my viewer count, which is nice. That's more than I had for FF6 the other day. This game always seems to draw out a lot of viewers, though, compared to the other games I run. This and FF7. Wonder if I'll hit 1500 at the final battle again, like I did last time I ran this. That'd be sweet. So somewhere between 220 and 225 would be a pretty good time for disc 1. That's not going to happen just because I've been saving and derping, but this is still a reasonable time for a rusty no reset run. I'm still on sub 10 pace at least, which is my goal. Beatrix's theme hype, Mystery Sword. close, but I'm paranoid about miscounting. Yeah, there's the Thunder Slash ability that's when Steiner uses it is bugged so that it mostly misses. So it is possible to win this battle by depleting Beatrix's HP, but with the characters I have now, I don't have a reliable way to do that. So it's faster to just wait her out, because after she attacks 10 times, then the battle just ends. So I basically just fight defensively and then try to steal that chain plate off of her, because that saves me having to buy one and just two. Yeah, that's one of the lamest version differences of all time, if you ask me, that they didn't change the threshold for the Excalibur 2 in the PAL version. Hey, Calito. Because on NTSC you can get the Excalibur 2 with about 2.5 hours to spare on an average like speed run. On the PAL version, it would be really tight. Alright, should have had the disc already out and ready. Yeah, Sereth has been snapping up all of the Final Fantasy emotes. Hey, Malero. Yeah, in a PB attempt, I definitely want sub 225 minimum, preferably like a 222 or 223. I mean, that was kind of an average disc one, like luck-wise, because I mean, I had pretty bad Evil Forest and Ice Cavern, but I had a really good Vermesia and Gizmaluk's Grotto for encounters. Yeah, a sub 220 would be a really godly disc one, but like most things in this game is kind of all based on luck. As far as how many encounters you get, how quickly you can get out of them, what patterns you get from certain bosses. Hey Caleb. Yeah, that would be about a 24-hour stream if I did that. So originally I was going to do this yesterday, but I wasn't feeling up for it. I was too sick and didn't get enough sleep. I think I've gotten like two 219s in disc 1 before, just with really good encounter RNG. Or a Gizmaluk trance. Yeah, I'm doing a lot better today. I mean, I'm still coughing a bit, but drinking tons and tons of water is helping. Yeah, yeah, exactly. This is gonna... Well, actually, Disc 4 is the shortest in this game, but Disc 1 is not too far behind. And especially if you include the ending, too. I mean, the playable part of Disc 4 is only about 45 minutes, but if you include the ending, it's more like hour and a half. Yeah, Steiner is the most OP character in this game. Just because his attacks do so much damage if you have the right weapons and monster killer abilities. And he gets the charge command later, too. Hey, Prodigy. Because that's how you run this game, being under-leveled, really, is just optimizing your abilities and equipment for each battle. Rip Marcus. Fun thing about this battle is that it's actually impossible to lose unless you sabotage it yourself, because Black Waltz will never attack Dagger. If both Steiner and Marcus get killed, then actually, well, we're about to find out what happens, actually. Yeah, he just takes damage and doesn't actually attack you if Dagger is the only one still alive. So in fact, if Steiner gets killed, it's actually I actually have Marcus kill himself just because that poison type damage does more than Marcus's sword does. I have not played Azure Dreams. Yeah, Dagger's Multina racket does pretty good damage there because of having I think the feather hat. It boosts her wind attack damage, and Multina racket is wind elemental. Just kind of another example of how speedrunning this game is all about optimizing your equipment and abilities. If I'd have gotten the 100 nobles, I'd have skipped that chest there. Yeah, there's some. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the biggest execution elements of pretty much any RPG run is menuing, as far as trying to minimize the number of times you have to open the menu, and then also to get in and out as fast as possible. Alright, this is the most dangerous world map track in the whole game, just because I don't have Zidane. So if I get into an encounter here, then I'm dead, especially since I'm not going to bother reviving Steiner and Marcus. Because even if they were alive and at full HP, I'd still probably die if I got into an encounter. Fortunately, it's not very long. And there we go. Oh! Nice. Well, this is a preferable encounter to get. Do I even have any ore? I do not. So I just get to try to run. Actually, you know what? I think if I just attack, the enemy runs away. Ragtimers you can only get in forests. That was amazing. I'll probably have to highlight that afterwards. Oh, if I'd have actually ran away, I wouldn't have lost any money, just because you only lose money when you use the flee command. If you run away normally, you don't lose money. I am a big meanie. Wait, oh. You know what, I might still have to reset anyway, because, yeah, dang it. Because I didn't get the, I forgot to hit the Trino Tradition, ATE. That was embarrassing. That's the only optional ATE in the whole game that I watch. And I need to do that in order to get a power belt accessory. So there goes a couple minutes. Yeah, it's pretty similar. I mean, it's not quite as reliable as the buggy strats, but it's kind of the same idea that if I walk in stutter steps in the world map, I mean, it reduces my odds of random encounters. Though it's not. I mean, in FF7, it's actually perfect, because if you don't walk more than a certain number of steps after getting out of the buggy, you have 0 odds of getting encounters. In this game, it's not guaranteed, but it's still really, really low odds of an encounter. So that ATE that I forgot to watch and then had to reset over because I missed my chance is to get a power belt, which is a really, really important accessory because it lets you learn the MP attack ability. Yeah, I like the music for Trino. All of the Super Nintendo and PlayStation Final Fantasies have really good soundtracks. This is no exception. Hey, Cernut. No, MP attack is different in this game. It makes it so that if you do a physical attack, you use MP, but you also do extra damage, and that extra damage stacks with the with any killer abilities you have equipped. That guy's a pro a lot of the time. Yeah, Steiner's... Yeah, I mean, Steiner is going to be the first person to get MP attack. And that charge ability that Vuligen just described is how I beat all of the bosses in Disc 4, including Necron. Well, I shouldn't say all of them, because I don't generally use it on death guys, just because because pretty much everybody dies except for Zidane and Steiner. And it's not safe to have my HP low enough to use charge anyway, because of spin to win. Yeah, whenever you use charge, everyone that's in critical health does a free attack immediately without using their normal turn, and those attacks don't trigger counters, which is also really important because there's a lot of endgame bosses that have nasty counterattacks. So for a lot of the Disc 4 bosses, I basically get a total of 6 attacks per round. Because I have Zidane, Freya, and Amaranth attack, and then Steiner use charge, which makes himself attack along with Freya and Amaranth. I can't have Zidane participate in charges because I need his HP to be full to not risk death to a random encounter. It's not quite as dangerous as it sounds, actually, just because by that point you've got a lot of equipment that can make you safe against enemy attacks. And then there's a lot of endgame bosses that don't have multi-targeting attacks too. Or if they do, you can make yourself immune to them with equipment. Because like Kraken has a water gun attack, but if you equip diamond gloves, you're immune to water. There's some shopping I was supposed to do before coming here too, because then I have to backtrack a bit. Yeah, I was supposed to do this shopping after getting Dagger back. Omega's hat, yes, you have to play in the card tournament in order to beat the game. It's at the start of Disc 3. There's 3 matches, 2 of them you have to win, the third one you don't have to win, but you want to in the speedrun because you get a really good prize for winning. Oh, they call him Zidane, and I guess that kind of works, because his name in Japanese is Jitan. I've always called him Zidane, though, just because of the E at the end. My general rule, though, is that names of fictional characters or places in games that don't have voice acting are fair game, as long as you follow some kind of linguistic logic. Like one pronunciation I've heard a couple people use that I do have to disagree with is goblets. Because the L is before the B. Well, my favorite though is the Kingdom Hearts games, because in Kingdom Hearts 1 he's Tidus, and Kingdom Hearts 2 he's Tidus. I've always called him Tidus just because Tide fits with the water theme of the game really well. Although his name is Tita in the Japanese version, so Tidus would be kind of a more accurate translation. But like I'm fond of saying, localization is more than just translation. Alright, so if I get, since I don't have Zidane, if I get encounters here, I pretty much have to fight. If I fight one battle here, it lets me use a more aggressive strat on the next boss. Okay, this could end quite badly if it gets a crit. Or if I miss with this attack. Terra's name in the Japanese version is Tina. Because Tina is an exotic sounding name for Japanese people. I think Terra is probably meant to be exotic too, but I did know a girl in high school named Terra, spelled T-E-R-R-A, even though like T-A-R-A is is the more common spelling, at least in America. Okay, so Steiner is Butch now from getting all the experience from that encounter. Ideally, I wouldn't have, no one would have died, so I could have gotten some levels for especially for Dagger too. I call her Tifa. Tifa, I guess, could be legit too. The FF6 character that had the most radical name change, though, was Sabin, because he was Mash in the Japanese version, and they made him Sabin in the English version. I'm guessing Mash doesn't, well, I'm sure it doesn't mean the same thing it does in English and Japanese. Him using that attack on Steiner is the worst. Wooden pick slow. Good enough. Yeah, it's a really, I mean, I call her Aerith, but I find it, now that I know what, because her name in the Japanese version is Irisu, so Eris is actually a better translation from Japanese, but she's been retconned into Aerith in like the movies and like Crisis Core and other games beyond FF7. I mean, Aerith, I think, sounds a bit more fitting, given that it sounds kind of like Earth, and she's a character that has a very strong connection to the planet. Oh, is that the case, Kasumi Blue? That makes sense then. I mean, yeah, because there's a lot of, like, because Japanese requires basically every syllable to end in a vowel sound unless it's N. N is the kind of pretty much the only sound in Japanese that can end a syllable. So there's a lot of sounds from English and other Latin-based languages that don't translate into Japanese because they end in consonant sounds that don't work in Japanese. Alright, yeah, no menuing yet. Hey, Anchor Blues, good afternoon. I kind of like this part of the run just because the game is forcing you to switch parties periodically, so you have to change up your battle strats pretty significantly depending on which characters you have at the time. Because for the fighting I was doing in Trino, it was all just based around stacking Steiner up with the most powerful abilities I had, which was Bug Killer and MP Attack. Now that we're back to Zidane, Freya and Vivi, now it's more about getting better weapons and abilities for Zidane and Freya. Although fortunately, because of the interdimensional pockets existing in this game, I get the equipment that Dagger and Steiner just bought. So that means I have some upgrades for to put on now. Missing anything else? So I would like to fight something before getting to the end of here, just so that that guarantees that Freya learns the Bird Killer ability off of all the AP I get from the forest battles here. It's not required. Toucan Sam here, as I call him, should do though. Because birds are jerks, Bird Killer is actually the most useful killer ability in the whole game, just because there's so many bosses that count as birds. All three of the final bosses count as birds, too. Death Guys, Transkuja, and Necron. Death Guys also counts as a bug and a demon, and Transkuja also counts as a humanoid, but Necron is only a bird-type enemy. Yeah, the jerk killer ability, we can also call it. Yeah, let's use analog here. far as I know, it's not possible to get through this part without falling into this one here, but falling into the others is avoidable. Oops. Alright, one encounter clear his trunk is pretty good. Pretty much all, I mean, every screen you have to go through is pretty short. So there aren't really any high encounter areas in Clara's trunk. Alright, very, very important text option to pick here. No. If you say yes to that one, you go on a tour of Clara's settlement that takes several minutes. Also, yeah, I went the wrong way. I'm supposed to go this way. Alright, and then I think I wanted Partisan and the Mithril mode. Oh, now I'm supposed to grab this now too. Hey, King Tut. Yeah, siesta I've always thought of as being kind of an afternoon catnap. Phoenix Pinions are for selling, 'cause they all sell for 1,000 gil. So how well this battle goes depends on how many times the Antlion kills BV, which is ideally 0. Antlion face and FF4 is more epic than here though. That's probably a waste of a high potion, because he's just going to use Sandstorm anyway at some point before the end of the fight. Trouble Mucus. Okay, that was a good fight, actually. VV getting the first turn before Antlion was really helpful. Yeah, I do want AP from this fight. Well, I don't think you have. I think you lose Quina after Burmecia, though, even if you got him, her in Disc 1. Or maybe you still have Quina by this point, actually, and you lose Quina after this. Because I know you lose Quina at some point and then get her back when you go to Fossil Rue. Hey, Moonlit Kitsune. Okay, so it is after Clara. The XP split thing doesn't really matter that much, though, just because you don't get experience from bosses in this game. Yeah. River Dance. I forget if we did some dancing during this part at AGDQ 2013 when Spike and I ran this. I know I feel the same way. Pretty much every time I see somebody else speedrunning a game I really like, I want to too. Because I mean, the fun thing about this game is that it's very relaxing. I mean, it's going for the record at this game is really frustrating because getting the record at this game is more about luck than about skill, but just doing a run is kind of just a really fun and relaxing run, just because there's no really difficult execution at all, and I mean, as long as you practice the menuing and don't make mistakes with your equipment and abilities, none of the battles are like super dangerous. Except for one certain battle right before the end, which does have a save point right beforehand. I mean, if I was on pace to get the record, or at least beat the SDA run, which would be good enough for me, I would probably choke and save before Death Guys if it was possible for me to still beat it even with a reset. Because if you save and then get wiped by Death Guys and then reload, it costs about 2 minutes. That's if you get Meteor wiped. This game also rewards good button mashing too, just because the text boxes finish drawing out in one frame if you press the X or square button. So if you've got a really good mashing rhythm between X and square, you can save a lot of time on text in this game. I am not a smoker, no. I have a grandpa that I had to watch deteriorate from emphysema that he got from smoking, so that was enough to motivate me to never smoke. Yeah, Zorn and Thorn don't really have much backstory. I mean, I just kind of always interpret that they're just a monster that was summoned by Kuja and then split into two bodies. Hey, Harima. Oops. Okay, so for these Alexandrian soldiers here, if I get them into critical health without killing them, they run away and I lose their experience and money. Freya is strong enough with that partisan spear I bought to one-shot them, but Zidane is not, so I need to have Vivi attack first just to soften them up enough so that Zidane can finish her off. I mean, there that I rolled a high enough damage roll that it didn't matter, but it often does. Hey, menuing is serious business, especially in this game, because how fast... I mean, when I was running this game, excuse me, as my primary speed game, I mean, before starting a run, I'd spend about like an hour and a half to 2 hours just drilling all of the menus on emulator so that I could do them without notes and just from muscle memory. Probably should have just had Zidane go for it there because of how much more ATB he had than Vivi. Yeah, you have to improv quite a bit in fights in this game too, just because of how much randomness there is. Like how much ATB each character starts with is randomized. Okay, here I'm just gonna go for it. And that time I paid for it. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Serial Strangler. Probably should have healed actually before this, because now I have 2 fights with no break in between. Yeah. I mean, it would be easier to feel sympathy for Queen Braun if you actually got to see her before she became corrupted by Kuja. that since she's evil and ugly from the first moment you meet her, then you don't really feel sorry for her at all when she dies. Okay, that was pretty darn lucky that I was able to get Zidane's attack off before the mage went. Oh, I guess it's just one fight for now. Okay, this I think is the 2 fights. So for all of these soldiers and mages I have to fight here, the goal is pretty much just to get lucky enough that I can kill a couple of them before they get attacks off. I want to save most of Vivi's MP for Beatrix as well. Pretty much the nastiest troll I can get here is one of the black mages to cast Osmos on the Vivi. And yeah, those are not very that's not very effective armor if you ask me. Wow. Okay, please don't hit Vivi. Okay, good. Freya doesn't have MP attack yet, so if she gets MP drained, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, original Princess Garnet died as an infant, so they just I guess just wanted a baby girl that had the same hair color or something. So picking the right options in these sections here lets you either, in that case I was able to skip a fight by telling the priests to move to the right. I can't skip the fight in this area, but I can control what I have to fight by picking the first option. The more townspeople you save, the more items you can get from them before you fight Beatrix as well. This whole section right here is awful, by the way, if you're trying to do a level 1 challenge, just because these battles are all forced and do give you experience, so you have to keep resetting until you get stopped to land enough times to kill all of them. I forget exactly what weapon you need in order to have access to stop at this point. Wow, perfect fight. This and the first Aoife tree visit, I would say, are the worst parts of the whole game for level 1 challenges. Yeah, the fact that we don't know anything at all about Dagger's adoptive father is kind of disappointing too. Because supposedly I mean, before he died, Braun was a much different person. Yeah, I think the implication is that she became obese after becoming corrupted by Kuja. Hey, Kroik, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. I think Jaffa cakes are a kind of pastry in England. Yoink! Bye! Beatrix's theme hype. Of all the times you fight Beatrix, though, I think the music fits by far the best with when you fight her in Burmecia. So unlike the first time I fought Beatrix, I now have better weapons and spells that killing her from depleting her HP is actually possible. Well, we might do 2 players, 2 controllers, if that works out in practice. I think it's just her hairband or headband that she's, I guess, stylishly wearing to cover one of her eyes. Maybe she is missing an eye or something from a war. There is a turn order you can use to make her skip her curing phase, but I've never really liked going for it just because it means postponing attacks. She doesn't. I mean, she only heals herself for as much damage as one Lazara does. Don't you need both of your eyes in order to have depth perception? I mean, I thought you need to... The whole reason why you can perceive depth is because of the, because of seeing something from two different angles with both of your eyes. Well, if you're a sniper, then depth perception would be a bad thing because it would make it harder to aim, I would think. Yeah, I guess if you were born with only one working eye or something, that would be different than if you had two eyes and then lost one. That's a kind of a morbid subject I'd rather not talk about, though. Cool, Harima. Swedish fish are amazing. I don't think I've never actually had any outside of it speedrun marathons though. It's usually Essentia that brings the Swedish fish, but and in large quantities. But there were some. We had some at AGDQ this past year, even though she wasn't there. Hey, no cash. Thank you. Appreciate it. Here we've got the softer version of Beatrix's theme called Roses of May. Well, she has kind of wrecked me twice, soon to be 3 times. But then I get to have her do some wrecking for a couple of puppies battles coming up. Opario would slit his mama's throat for a nickel. I have to do this to get access to the Moogle. It's been a while. There's a slight risk of death in the next segment. Oh yeah, it's been about an hour. Basically since before I went into Trino. Alright, so coming up here is one of the most difficult mini games in the game. After I escaped from prison, I want to dodge the guards that are chasing me. Dodging both of them is really, really hard. I've done it a couple times, but it's not easy. No, the swinging is kind of easy. I mean, I'm sure I'm not doing it perfectly optimal, but there's no consequences for failure with swinging. Whoa, that's a really weird pattern. I don't think I've ever seen that guard get stuck up behind the corner like that before. Since Steiner got all that experience from Gargan Rue, though, I guess he isn't really in much danger of dying here. If I hadn't gotten any encounters in Gargan Rue, though, then having to fight these guards would be pretty dangerous. And I don't really have much of a chance at at dodging the other one with that pattern they gave me. I should have been trying to run away from the first one too. You are able to run away from these fights. Doesn't happen very often, but it's possible. Kind of downside to having to fight all the both of the guards, though, is that then you use up a lot of Steiner's MP. It's not worth using an ether, but it just means if he runs out, he does less damage on the next Beatrix battle. I know in my 921 PB I missed both guards. I mean, after practice, I can pretty much always reliably skip one of them. I've skipped both a couple times too. Yeah, that's a kind of a well-known way to level grind really quickly. Well, I shouldn't say quickly, but effortlessly. To if you get the blood sword from Trino by trading in Stelazio coins, you can then basically just park Steiner and tape down the X button so that he fights an infinite number of those guards and then refills his HP from the blood sword. Hey, Moon Cow Pig. I like that swagger that he gives there. So I'm gonna zone in and out of this area here to reset the guards AI. Because sometimes they start chasing me really, really fast after I enter, and I can't avoid them if I just go straight for the stairs. I've only got 30 minutes. Am I gonna make it? Pretty much the only reason why this would be difficult is if you're gonna try to fight Tantarian at this point. Hey, WP Moki. Mainly after the ice brand there, but I have to wait for the platform to finish swinging around the tent as an extra bonus. This fight should only take one turn unless I get bad luck with damage rolls. I actually don't even know what happens if the timer runs out, if you game over, or if you have to start the whole thing over. Oh, it is game over? Okay. Because that never happened in any of my casual plays. Attacking the wrong one, too. Yeah, I think yeah, I was supposed to attack the red one. Hey, Salians. Because I think the red one has less HP. Hey, Drizurk. Yeah, the idea with that fight, though, is that you can prevent Zorn and Thorn from ever actually attacking you if you attack them after they start charging up. So that's I have VV attack, the one that I'm not trying to actually kill. Okay, so yeah, I wasted about 2 attacks then by going for Zorn. Well, that was definitely slower though, just because it can be over in just one round of attacks if I get good enough damage rolls. No, Parasite Eve and FF6 were on Saturday. I was originally planning to do this yesterday, but didn't feel up for it. Cause I think I ended up doing 6 and Parasite Eve on Saturday was pushing it a bit too hard with still being sick. I've actually had that fight be over in one attack too, because I know one time I had Steiner attack and get a crit, and then that was it. Alright. Third and final battle with Beatrix is the easiest of them all, just because I have 4 characters for this one, all of whom can do damage. I mean, it only takes really 2 rounds of attacks. And she Thunder Slash is the one person that has Thunder immunity. GG Beatrix. Alright, later Waka Blitz, thanks for watching. Yeah, Steiner has a lot of cool looking swords. Well, every fight that you have to use, well, I should say every fight on Disc 2 that you have to use Beatrix for, she can one-shot everything with Klim Hazard, which is what I'm going to be using. Yeah, get a random encounter on the one field that has them here. Just like getting random encounters in the Clara's Trunk Descent. Oh, Mortimer, or I guess it'd be Mortimer in French. Puppies! Alright, later Dutch Blondness, thanks for watching. Pretty good black mages fight there. We're killing 2 of them before they got attacks off. Thank you, BNJ. Yeah. I haven't read any Lewis Carroll anytime recently, at least, but I recognize names that come from them, at least. No, don't go away, Steiner. Sadly, we now, well, I mean, he has some more fights coming up soon, but other than that, I lose Steiner for the rest of Disc 2. Oh, nice wounds. Having VV attack does sometimes make the difference in Zidane being able to kill it. This is the most dangerous fight of all of the series here, just because it's Freya and Beatrix. Beatrix isn't capable of equipping abilities, so, and you don't have access to the menu anyway, so there's a risk of her getting put to sleep, which would be really bad. Doesn't look like that's gonna happen though. Next one, not so dangerous because we get Steiner, but it's still faster to just use Clemazard to one-shot both of them. Both of the puppies! Fortunately, this is much easier than the first time we had to fight this guy. Because I can cancel its turn by attacking it as I aim. And that doesn't actually do anything unless he uses it on Zidane. At least I don't think it affects magic. I don't know what's up with that. It's some kind of glitch either with my camera or with XSplit, but it's not often enough for me to have ever tried to fix it. I don't even really know what I'd do about it either, other than try a different camera. Or like update drivers and stuff. Or just stop using a camera too, I guess, if it became weird enough. Yeah. This is FF9's equivalent to the Mode 7 minecart sequence in 6. Or did I say FF7? I meant FF9. Yeah, Gestures of the Moon is pretty good. Sadly, I don't think we get to hear a full loop of it in the speedrun ever. Yeah, oh yeah, well yeah, we get to hear it again during the cutscene of Tantalus chasing Zorn and Thorn around before they leave Alexandria, but I don't think there's any point where we actually hear it for more than a couple seconds in the speedrun. Probably the longest one is when you is the lead up to naming Steiner at the beginning. Yeah, Amaranth's theme is good. Hey, Overlord. This whole Ramu side quest here is a nice little reference to Final Fantasy II with the story of Joseph and Nellie. This whole game is just basically just kind of is filled with those. How do I pronounce Ramu? Ramu. Alright, nice. No encounter, Pinnacle Rocks. Alright, once this cutscene starts, I'm gonna get a snack quick, because it's a while before the next break. I have to run back in time to hit like one text box in the middle of it though. Alright. So here I want to hug the left side of the street to avoid getting too close to the townspeople in the middle. Remember to skip a cutscene. Yeah, skipping the FMV skip trick is banned by my community. And I'm okay with that too, because then I'd get no breaks at all in this game if there were no FMVs. I mean, it would be roughly, I don't know, it'd maybe be roughly an hour shorter, but that wouldn't be worth it to me. Hey, Swift Universe. The Japanese FF9 community doesn't do it either. Which does actually surprise me a little, given that they allow turbo controllers in their community. I need to actually ramp up my mashing during this cutscene, just because there's a lot of cutscenes where there's breaks in between the text boxes because of characters like nodding their heads and stuff, but that one is just mostly just straight text. Yeah, if you're just playing the game and want to get the Excalibur 2, doing the FMV skip thing lets you save like an hour or so. Yeah, he could take a break during the Madine summon, I guess. Well, maybe you wouldn't want to get the Excalibur or the Excalibur, but Gilgamesh does. Yeah, I guess once you cast Luna in the Melta Gemini battle, you could also go AFK. But the Zorn and Thorn thing is definitely longer. Yeah, his chicken knife is basically the strongest weapon in the game. Especially if you use tricks to avoid the 25% chance to run away, like using the monk build-up command. Yeah, the ending is a break too. This game has by far the longest ending of any of the Final Fantasies too. It's 32 minutes. I don't know how long 8's ending is because I don't run that. 7 is 17.5 minutes. 6 is 23 minutes, and then both 4 and 5 are roughly 20. Fortunately, catching the frog is considerably easier than catching the black chocobo. I've thought about it, but it's not very high in my list. I'm more interested in FF4, Chrono Trigger, Soul Blazer, and Terranigma than FF8 right now. Uh-oh, Everhate's here in a very RNG heavy game. Although you know who Quina kind of looks like? Linguar. I think the last time Everhate paid a visit to my stream, I got an unnecessary Mirager and FF6 on Tunnel Armor. Yeah, because I eventually want to learn the full Soul Blazer trilogy. Right now I only know Legion of Gaia. Frequently, I don't know, but as far as who runs Chrono Cross at all, I'd say Railkun is the person that does the most. It's not Japanese. Spike Vegeta was starting to learn Chrono Cross at one point, but I don't think he got past Viper Manor. Hey, Wipey, evening, sir. This place is weird, just because there's unique music for this one screen here. Then it goes to the boss theme because of the Dullahan chasing you, and then it goes to the Garganru theme. Oh, I don't think an American is ever gonna hold the Terranigma record, just because we don't have the same nostalgia for the game that people from Europe and Australia do. Kind of too bad you can't eat the I think it's called Armo Dullahan, that monster there, because it knows level 5 death. If it was possible to learn level 5 death this early, it would definitely come in handy. And it would probably be faster than farming a whale zombie, which is something that I need to reroute to skip before I get back into serious attempts at this game, which I have no idea when that's going to be, just because the next kind of longer game I want to improve my time at is FF7, no slots. I want to cut the 8. Maybe even the subs, maybe even the 755. Yeah, I mean, like, the current record for this game uses different characters for the Oiver and Desert Palace parts in order to skip needing to learn level 5 death. I think he means because Pluna is capable of equipping female-only equipment. I mean, the whale zombieless route is more risky for the Desert Palace because you don't have. I mean, there are strats for dealing with the encounters, but if you get a lot of encounters in the Desert Palace, then it's slower than taking the whale zombie route. Hey, Ilsifer. Yeah, Lanny's AI is set up so that she always targets Dagger the first couple turns. She eventually does break out of that and start attacking other characters, even if Dagger is still alive, but the turns that matter in the speedrun strat for the fight, she always goes for Dagger. So Fossil Rue is easily the most complicated dungeon in the whole game. Most of the other dungeons are just really short if you know where the exit is. Fossil Rue has a bunch of switch puzzles you have to solve to get through. Well, the idea, the idea, as I always thought of it, is that the cues are genderless. Me so happy. Yeah, I mean, Oiver is pretty much the same number of switches you need to hit, but it's just a much shorter dungeon. Uncle Chompers, as I call that thing. This is not a good start to Fossil Rue, by the way, to already have gotten into 2 encounters by this point. Oh, nice. Zwanzig. I think I have a picture of Lonnie for my Fossil Rue split. Which I'm sure is confusing because I don't actually split at Lonnie, I split at leaving Fossil Rue. I would prefer a Death Guys skip. As annoying as Lindblom is, at least you can't lose the run there. Alright, later, Hooded Ornament, thanks for watching. Yep, but I postponed it because I wasn't feeling well. I don't know anyone that's actually both tried and gotten the gold chocobo glitch to work, because it only works in certain versions of the game, like certain copies of the discs. Oh, you have? Interesting. Yep. Yeah, I'll definitely save the VOD for this stream. a special occasion. I mean, even if I don't save VODs, they should last for a week. Oh, okay, that's actually good to know then, that it's actually slower even if you get perfect hot and cold luck. I thought that it worked on like early versions of the English discs too, though. Hey, high spirits. So here I want to get washed down just because it gets me down here faster. Still haven't actually gotten any fast escapes in this run. Even though trying to run away normally is mostly useless in this game, I try for it anyway, just and hope I get lucky with running away without having to use free. Yeah. Feels kind of weird to run this game without tracking encounters, but I don't really have space on my layout for it, and I mean, this is a fun run, not a PB attempt. I mean, counting encounters is kind of a way to measure how good your luck is, because ideally a full run should have under 60. Dragon appearance. Well, there's no dragons in the next 10 minutes. Yeah, she must have wasted a lot of steps to get that many. I think my quote-unquote PB for encounters is 80. I'm hoping to get under 10 hours with this. So the game doesn't check for encounters when that outer continent text is up, so I can just run during that and then switch to stutter stepping after it disappears. Because having to stutter step the whole way from Fossil Roo to the Chocobo tracks would not be fun. Yeah, this is a dumb game to race. I mean, I did some disc by disc races with Spike back in the day, but that was more just about practicing for AGDQ than trying to have like a serious race. Just because, I mean, this game is more about luck than about skill. At least, I mean, skill, there is plenty of skill that matters, but it doesn't matter as much as just luck. Stutter step just means mashing. I mean, I do it through mashing up on the D-pad, although you could theoretically do it with the analog stick too. But you just move in half steps so that you make your threat level for random encounters on the world map go up slower. Yeah, or what Drizerk said. I'm kind of glad that it only works in the world map too, because having to play the whole game like that would be very, very not fun. So where's the money? There it is. I'd ordinarily skip this in a more serious run, but just want to make sure I don't run out of money ever. Let's see. Wait, who do I talk to first? Oh yeah, I get the diamond and then talk to Vivi. There is one place outside the world map where you can save time by stutter stepping. That's actually a place where you can skip a forced battle. It's one of the Mistodons in Alexandria. Oh, you mean because Zidane is a thief? Oh, nice. Does that actually save time in days, or is it just for lols? Alright, later, Kabai. So you spend a lot of time on this screen here, and at no point while you're on here does your threat level reset, so getting out of this area with no battles is pretty much impossible. It has been done once. At one point there was a guy working on trying to improve the segmented time for the game, and he actually managed to get a 0 encounter Black Mage Forest. He disappeared a while ago though, so I don't know if he's ever actually gonna finish. Had a little hope there that I was gonna have a 1 encounter Black Mage Forest, which is basically the equivalent of 0 anywhere else. That seems kind of odd to me. I mean, I can get wanting to take like a couple days or weeks off, but if I was working on a segmented run, I just want to kind of keep at it until I'm done. I mean, because with segmented, you can just do attempts whenever too. I mean, you don't need a whole day set aside. Hey, League of Algebra. Oh yeah, yeah. Aoife tree. Yeah, the Aoife tree is probably going to be like the Aoife tree, the Black Mage Forest, and the Hildegard 1 room, I would say, are probably like the worst parts of the whole game as far as trying to get 0 encounters in this segmented run. Well, thanks for watching, Goldilocks. Alright, now coming up is something that I've forgotten several times and basically thrown away PB attempts, is forgetting to synthesize the rune edge. This is the weapon I'm using for the next leg of the game. I wait until after I've gotten through all the cutscenes before doing that, just because if I go in there beforehand, then I have a cutscene with Dagger before I'm actually able to talk to the shopkeeper. Yeah, I never got the Tournesol in FF12. I think the requirements for it are pretty ridiculous. PB means personal best. That meant if I was seriously trying to get a faster run than I've gotten before. Because this is a follower special, this is a no reset run with safety saves just to guarantee that I can actually finish. Because if I was trying to actually improve my personal best, I'd be taking more risks that would possibly lead to me dying. I love that sound effect. Oops, I'm going this way now. Yeah, if you pick the second option, one of the text boxes that comes up after that, you can have Vivi and Quina get married too. They didn't. I mean, I think the graphics for this game are definitely better than 7's. I mean, graphics are not the be-all, end-all of if games are fun or not, but you can definitely see some evolution as far as making the characters look, making the polygon models look nicer. Nice. Getting through that screen without encounters is kind of uncommon. Yeah, the drawing style is different in this than in 7 and 8. I mean, it's drawn. The characters are drawn more cartoony. Right. Alright, time for the not-so-jolly green giant. Haha. I love that. I love the fact that using that strat cancels his death animation, saves little time too. Oh wow. Well, I'm wondering if I'm getting viewer botted again though is the thing, because last time I checked I had like about 700 some viewers. If my viewer count goes up really quickly, then that often means I'm getting viewer botted. Especially since I only have 624 people logged into chat according to my IRC client. If you want to ignore people, you can click on their name and hit the ignore button. I am wearing my Festival of the Hunt shirt. Well, I mean, I can get people wanting to use viewer bots to make their streams look more popular than they are. I don't really get viewer botting random people though. I mean, I get a lot of spam messages trying to sell me viewer bot services, so I'm guessing people randomly viewer botting my stream is about trying to impress me with their bot powers and make me want to give them money to keep doing it. I mean, yeah, viewer bots do not affect ad revenue though. It's just about popularity as far as like your stream appearing on like top listings. Yeah, what kind of Moogles do you like is definitely a tough question. So the sequence I have to follow here to advance the story is pretty picky, because after talking to Vivi, I need to leave without trying to enter Aiko's house, or else I have to watch another cutscene. Well, to answer that question, my favorite Moogle is Mog, because he prevents random encounters in Final Fantasy VI. Now I can try to enter Aiko's house. Yeah, the nobody Moogle and Days is pretty cool. Okay, let's please stop arguing about stuff. I have to say this is one of the weakest viewer bottings I've gotten. Last time I got viewer botted, I got there were like 1,500 bots or so, because I went from 500 to over 2,000. Upcocks, I like that. I think meatballs are delicious. Though unlike a lot of other speedrunners, I'm not a fan of meatball subs. I do like meatballs with spaghetti though. There's a really weird sequence, well, I shouldn't say sequence break, but minor skip you can do where you can sometimes talk to that Moogle to trigger going to sleep before he actually comes on screen, but I've never really figured out how to do it consistently, and it only saves a couple seconds. Kind of like the puck skip back at the beginning of the game. Yeah, this will be archived. I'll make sure to save the recording indefinitely afterwards. Yeah, Gamoth. I guess for me it kind of depends on what's in the sauce. If it's a, if it's kind of a mostly just a tomato sauce that doesn't really have other stuff in it, then or I guess I should say if it's like a spicy soft, then it should kind of just be that, really. Whereas if it's not too spicy, then I like having meatballs and other stuff in it for flavor. Well, watching until I beat Necron is the correct decision, though, but understandable. Alright, later, bye Jax, thanks for watching. I'm glad I had a snack during the Kirby cutscenes earlier. So yeah, I have to make a total of 3 trips through the mountain pass, not including the one where I fought Hilgigars. So, which, like a lot of other screens, though, none of the ones in the mountain pass are particularly long. Because it's long screens are where you have the highest risk of getting into encounters. This is where they do not help with with the confusing pronunciation of this area, because it's Ifa, the Tree of Life, and I'm sure there are many people that thought this was called the Lifa or Lifa tree. But it is I-I-F-A, which I've always pronounced as Ifa. But I'm sure there's other ways to pronounce it. I don't remember what it's called in the Japanese version. Well, you could have timed your nap for about, like, 45 minutes or so from now when I get to the start of Disc 3, because that's the most boring part of the run. It's basically an hour that's all cutscenes and running around and fetch quests, with the exception of the card tournament and the Mistodon's battles. I need to get a couple kills here to get enough AP to make it so that the boss will top off Zidane learning MP attack. Usually takes 3 battles to get there. One unique mechanic to this game too is that you can one-shot stone enemies by using the soft on them. And those stropers count as stone enemies. My favorite Parasite Eve is Parasite Eve 1. Alright, so that should do it. Yeah, alright. Bananas in the ears are the most OP method of preventing alien mind control, that's for sure. The infantry is a really nasty area as far as encounter count. It's really long. Oh, the clutch. If that had actually killed him, I would have just had to fight the zombies with the other characters. Okay, now the viewer bots are out in force. Yeah, based on how many people are in my IRC client, I'd say probably like 800 tops are real, and the rest are viewer bots. Carnegie. Yeah, I've always said Carnegie, although I'm also not from New York. Go VV! That's not Go VV. That is. This part right here always feels like running through mud. Hey, third policeman. Yeah, it's called viewer botting. I'm sure I'm gonna keep getting more and more spam messages trying to get me to pay money for more regular viewer botting. It's because it's the most damaging spell I have that works on those zombies. I don't actually have Fyra. At least I don't think I do. And Bio does more than Bizarra. Good luck in this fight. Yes, I will be getting the Excalibur 2. ETA for the run is about 10 hours. Hopefully less. So we're at about the halfway point now. Wow, really lucky in 2 elevator fights. Yeah, there's only probably roughly 800 real people watching me, and the rest are all viewer bots. Yeah, the downside to running games as long as this is that it's pretty much impossible for me to stream it at a time that works for everybody around the world. I try to start as early as possible, just so it doesn't get too ridiculously late for people in England and Europe, but yeah, I'm definitely planning to do 4-job Fiesta this year. It just means that one of you is real and 299 of you are fake. If you have time to make copies of yourself to function as living viewer bots, then that tells me you've got too much time on your hands. People in chat want to take over explaining what viewer bots are. I'm actually getting a little tired of talking about it. That's another way to look at it, Orange Nova. Obligatory undead boss! Yeah, you saw that. We saw that a little bit ago with some stropers that I used softs on the outside part of the Aoife tree. Yeah, if you want to make that fight hard, you can cast fire on it, on Soul Cage, and then it gains some new attacks that are like all targeting fire attacks. The mist just stops getting produced by the Aoife tree vines for now. It'll be back later, though. Hey, Andy. Yeah. This is an awesome looking game, even by today's standard. I mean, the only thing that's maybe looks a little dated is the polygon sprites looking a bit kind of flat and blocky in a few places, but it's still much better looking than FF7. Yeah. If you care about spoilers for a game, you should not watch a speedrun of it. I make a special point of not watching speedruns of games that I haven't beaten yet and that I want to beat. Alright, another no encounter mountain pass. Only got one more to go. Mist is in Final Fantasy XII as well, though it's not explained anywhere near as well as far as what it is exactly, like it is in 9. Yes, I have played Phantasy Star 4. It's the only Phantasy Star game I've beaten, actually. I do want to play the PS2 remake of Phantasy Star 1 at some point, though. Because there's an English translation patch for it now. Yeah, because there were PS2 remakes of Phantasy Star 1 and 2, but that were only released in Japan, but the PS1 remake has a patch, and there's one in development for PS2. Actually, you know what, I really should save before fighting Amaranth, just because there's a bit of a chance I could die. And I haven't saved for a while, just because the Aoife tree is annoying for RNG, but it's not really dangerous. Yeah, it's been an hour and a half since I saved. Most of the really dangerous parts of the game are closer to the beginning, though. Yeah, Phantasy Star 3 is kind of the... It's kind of the Castlevania 2 of the series, where it's different. And some people like it because it's different, and other people don't. Or Zelda 2 would be another comparison. Yeah, I think it probably was the first, because the only other game I can think of that has a concept like that is Dragon Quest V. Yeah, I haven't played any Fire Emblem games. They seem fun though. So I hope, basically the name of the game here is to hope to get counterattacks. Also, that was terrible ATP on Zidane part. I can't even remember the last time I didn't actually get to attack Amaranth before he started dancing around. Nice counter-attack look. Alright, that was a decent fight other than not actually getting a hit in on him before he started dancing the first time. The counterattacks made up for it. Okay, looks like the viewer bots are starting to die off now. Oh, Mog, tantalizing me with that ribbon, which is one of the best accessories in the game, just because of how many elements it gives you immunity to. The bots, they've become self-aware. It'd be quite sweet if I was able to legitimately hit triple-digit viewers for by the end of this run, though. I usually do when I stream this game. Although I usually don't get to the peak until I get to disc 4. Yeah, the solo Zidane trip is one of those things that only happens once. Because one time when I was practicing, I was zoned out so much that I just after that part I just left and went to the Aoife tree. And then when I got into my first encounter in the mountain pass, I realized, oh, Zidane's kind of by himself, which he isn't supposed to be, and that's because I forgot to trigger this cutscene. Hey, Spike! Evening, sir. How are you doing, buddy? If I said triple, I meant quadruple. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I have to say I'm pretty glad that my viewers voted for me to play this for my special. Because I always like doing a run of this every once in a while, especially if I'm not seriously trying to PB, if I'm just having fun doing a run. I do want to improve my time eventually. I don't know when though, because getting a sub 8 at FF7 is coming first. Yeah, I'd love to see you come back to this too. Before I mean, the other thing I need to do before I actually try to improve my time is to learn the new Disc 3 strats, as far as bringing Amaranth to the Desert Palace instead of Quina. Because then you don't have to learn level 5 Death, because you can throw pinwheels at the enemies in the Desert Palace if you run into them. Although pretty much every battle that you can get in the Desert Palace has slightly different strats for how to fight. I know there's certain enemies that you can one-shot with pinwheels. There's others that you try to cast stop on with VV and other stuff. Probably the Japanese record, I would say, would be your best bet if you know the game well enough to understand what's going on. I mean, I know you translated a lot of Japanese runs when we were first starting to learn this. I know somebody uploaded it to YouTube and posted it in the FF9 thread on SDA forum. It'd be it's the 924 RTA timing by Rushiru. Because I don't think Karakard has actually finished any runs with the new strats. Because I don't remember how to actually... Yeah, I don't remember how to actually undo this if you make a mistake. Like I was saying earlier, the biggest difference is the second half of Disc 3, as far as the route the AP learning route, and the strats you use for Oil Vert and Desert Palace. Because you take Amaranth to the Desert Palace instead of Quina, and then I think the record uses Luna and Arc to make up for not having Amaranth there. Okay, that definitely deserves a hey, since that was I'm done with the mountain pass now, and every trip through was no encounters. Yeah, it's kind of... I mean, I've actually learned most of the katakana Japanese alphabet just from watching Japanese speedruns. And most names that come up in menus in Final Fantasy in Japanese versions are in katakana, which is nice because katakana generally translates directly into English. Oh, there's some menuing I was supposed to do too. So I can heal Zidane. I would like to kill something before getting to Kuja, just because Amaranth needs a bit of AP for learning some monster killer abilities. That's one thing that I've never had for this game that I'd really need to do before trying to seriously improve my time is make an AP chart as far as how much AP I need at certain parts of the run for learning abilities, because the fact that I don't actually know that hurts a bit for Disc 3, just because I don't actually know how many fights I need to win in the Hildegard room. Fist bump, Mr. Icer. Happy Memorial Day. Because that was one of the first things I had to do for my glitchless 100% route of Final Fantasy VI was to figure out what to do with all of the AP I got from boss battles. Needed to work on that for my any percent routes to a lesser extent too. Yeah, FF4 is so simple by comparison, just because it's only got equipment. I mean, it's very easy. It's pretty simple to learn how to run FF4 without notes, just because the only menuing is equipment. I mean, running FF4 is more about learning how to fight the bosses. Hey Jess, happy Memorial Day to you too. I mean, the nice thing about a chart too is that makes it easier to change stuff without having to playtest all of it. Yeah, it's probably smart if you're just for doing a fun run. I don't actually know what this track is called. So using Phoenix Downs on undead enemies in this game doesn't one-shot them unless you get really lucky. Ordinarily it just takes them down to 1-digit HP, so then any other attack will kill them. Yeah, Spike Vegeta has had the worst luck with finding copies of this game that don't have like FMV freezes on him. I guess I just got really lucky because I've done all my runs on my copy of the game that I got when it first came out. Go Vivi! Yeah! Yeah, that's so weird and unfortunate. So I can get either 1 or 2 encounters on this vine. And as far as I know, it's random how many you get. Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a more fun game to do casually than compete for the record. Competing for the record is an exercise in frustration, just because getting the fastest possible time is more about luck than about skill. But if you're not letting that weigh you down and just having fun playing the game, then it's definitely a very fun way to spend a day. So that's it for Disc 2 as far as actually doing stuff other than cutscenes. Where I'm at, well, actually probably up at about like 520 or somewhere between 520 and 525 would probably be a pretty solid time for actually being at the end of the disc. I don't actually remember that well what like the good end of disc. I mean, I remember end of disc 1, but like somewhere between like 219 and 222 or so is a pretty solid time. But I can't really remember for the rest for discs 2 and 3 what like a good time would be. Yeah, because if you're really beasting menus at this game, you're doing it all from muscle memory without even seeing what you're doing, which is really slick to watch. Like watching the Japanese FF9 runners fly through the menus in this game like they're nothing is quite a treat. And also quite annoying if I'm trying to take notes on what they're doing. I pretty much have to download the video and then watch it with frame advance in order to actually follow what they're doing in the menus. Well, Peerless Leader, we've got about another 4+ hours to go, so there's plenty more FF9 to be had. Although sadly you're tuning in at the least exciting part of the run though, just because in between, did I do that? In between the end of the second Aoife Tree visit and when we leave for and the Blue Narcissus is not a very fun part of the run, let's just say. It's lots of cutscenes, lots of running around doing side quests, and lots of mashing through text. Yeah. Kind of reminds me of translating the FF5 speedrun route. That was pretty much the same thing. Where I mean, the guy that has the FF5 record his menuing is just god tier. Yeah, going good so far, Dr. Speedy. Well, I am gonna get level 5 death in this run just because I haven't practiced the no whale zombie route. And the no whale zombie route is riskier too, just because if you're not bringing Amaranth to Oilvert, then that makes the arc fight a lot more dangerous. And also, each encounter that you can get in the Desert Palace has a different setup, kind of different strats for it, and I haven't actually practiced any of them yet. Plus, also, if you don't bring Amaranth to Oilvert, then that means he doesn't get AP from any single ogres or epitaphs that you kill there too. So I think that changes how you get AP for Amaranth a bit too. Like I want to say maybe you have to fight like everything you get in the Hildegard room when you're leaving before going to Estogaza. That's what I'm actually honestly more afraid of than anything else is kind of painting myself into a corner by getting to disc 4 and then Amaranth doesn't know like Bird Killer and Devil Killer and stuff because I didn't have an AP chart for the no whale zombie route. Yeah, that FF9 AGDQ run is my favorite games done quick run that I've done so far. The commentary was top notch. The gameplay was pretty good. We had lots of fun with the other people in the room, like during the acting part, like with Abda Jr.'s Steiner and stuff. And yeah, it was just a really fun run. I'm looking forward to my FF6 run with Essentia for the same reason. I mean, the run I did of that with her on commentary at Crystals for Life was a blast. And she got to have her first FF6 marathon run that she didn't have to sing Draco's part to. It has, not really massively, and you're also not going to see the changes in my run right now just because I haven't actually practiced them yet. But There's some route changes for the second half of Disc 3 that let you skip having to fight a whale zombie to learn level 5 death. Kind of depends. I mean, like most of the random battle enemies in this game I can't remember the names of because you don't see them on screen. But and also like names of a lot of the Heartless and Kingdom Hearts I can't remember very well either. But so I guess for me it generally it generally has to be something I see on screen in order to kind of automatically be able to think of the name. Yeah, FF4 could use a comeback at some point, given how much has changed in the full game. Because we had the 64 door glitch run at SGDQ last year, but the full game RTA route could use a comeback too, with the new edge leveling route that cuts out a lot of grinding. Oops, go this way. Yeah. There is much that I don't know about the games that I run. And also much that I do. Like what do a lot of the level 2, 3, and 4 limits in FF7 do? Well, I don't remember. Haven't used them in 10 years. Alright, so this is getting to be the part of the run where I ask how everybody's doing today. So I guess for the Americans watching, anybody do anything exciting for Memorial Day? Hey, Desi. Okay, next time I get to talking to Sid, I'm gonna run a commercial. I don't think that's until after the card tournament. Because yeah, this is the slow part of the run. Like I've kind of whined about a couple times now. This is lots of plot dumpage. Yeah, I've said a couple times that Happy Memorial Day to Americans and Happy Memoria Day to everybody else. Yeah, the card tournament is probably the most common place in the whole run that would make me quit. Because if I'm doing bad, if I'm like really far behind my PB after cards, I'll usually just quit instead of instead of sitting through the rest of the start of Disc 3 cutscenes. Alright, now we get to finally do something other than just mash text. And we're done. Thank you, Hooded Ornament. Hey, Clage, thank you, sir. I'm pretty happy with how this run has been going so far, given that I haven't played this game for about 3 months, since my last follower special, because FF9 won for that, too. Ooh, indie RPGs are always good to support. Yeah, if anybody needs like a food break or a nap break or something, you're not really missing much, although then again, watching me get trolled by the card tournament often brings the hype too. Yeah, for my follower specials, I've really come to enjoy doing viewers' choice specials, where I put up a poll for about a month of games that I haven't run for a while, and then have people vote for what they want me to play. What I did for my 10,000 special was I had basically 3 polls: one for 2D Final Fantasy, one for 3D Final Fantasy, and 3 for other games. And then the winners are the games that are on the left side of my layout. Yeah, the other games that I had were Soul Blazer plus Illusion of Gaia and Kingdom Hearts 2. No, Griffith. Because in order to get the hidden item, I think it's a protect ring or something, you have to leave Memoria and come back to Lindblum after every cutscene that you see in Memoria. There's no way that would. I mean, that would probably take hours. To actually do everything in the side quest. I think this game deserves a PC remake. I would probably instantly switch to PC if that ever was a thing, just because of loading times. Because that's a big part of why random encounters are such a thing in FF9, is the loading times to get in and out of them. Let's see, there's some stuff I want here. Hey, Sanguine. You're here just in time for everybody's favorite part of the FF9 run. Yeah, just the main thing going against it is just that there never has been a PC version of FF9 before, because for 7 and 8 there were PC ports of it back in the 90s. So all they had to do was just update those to run on modern PCs, and that's it. Whereas for FF9 they'd actually have to recode it from scratch probably to run on PC. Oh, Clage, I think that honor actually goes to Final Fantasy II. Final Fantasy III at least set the stage for 5, because 5 does basically everything that 3 does better. Yeah, 2 was the last non-MMO Final Fantasy that I finished. I started every version of it, but the only one that I actually finished was the PSP version. The Famicom version of FF3 looks kind of fun though. And it makes for a pretty cool speed run too. Like, I really like Duckfist's no job glitch run, because the job glitch lets you basically warp to the credits directly from after only playing for about 10 minutes or so. The way he does the run, does lots of other broken stuff. I'm glad you profited from that. I did actually finish FF3 DS, but I do not ever intend to play it again. If I ever play any version of FF3 again, it'll probably be the Famicom version, just because I've never actually finished that before. Yeah, the leveling system in FF2 is so silly. I mean, it's grindy and annoying too, but it's also silly as far as beating yourself up to get more hit points. Preferably beating yourself up by casting spells on yourself in order to level up those spells too. FF5 GBA is what I want to play for the 4-job Fiesta this year. I've never played that before. And I want to be able to dash without having a thief, assuming I don't get thief for my wind crystal job. Probably the worst, especially for the Famicom version of FF2, I'd say probably the biggest flaw is that somewhere between a third and a half of the game revolves around you trying to learn the Ultima spell. And then when you finally get it, the Ultima spell is bugged in the Famicom version and pretty much completely useless. Just like real life, Klage. Okay, no singing. Whatever Hate said. Well, Ultima is actually kind of good in the Soul of Rebirth part of the remakes of FF2. If you give it to Min, just because Min has... Because the way Ultima is designed to work is that you... its power is based on how many levels you have of other spells. Because Min starts with a ton of spells at high levels, that makes his Ultima really strong. Yeah. Tetramaster, we meet again. I couldn't remember if I sold my extra linen cuirass that I got from Black Waltz number 3 or not, so I just got 4 just to be safe. Not like money is really going to be that tight in this run with all the extra gil piles I've been picking up. Alright. Let the games begin. Let's see how good my cards are this run, too. Yeah, well, Tetramaster definitely looks like it's more fun if you're actually playing the game normally versus speedrunning, too, just because the randomness is what really kills it for the speedrun route. Ooh, that's a nice one. Okay, I don't like to go first when I play this. I like to have the opponent go first. Because then I can kind of react to whatever the opponent does. Okay. That was a bad troll there. Oh, I actually think I'm gonna lose now because I haven't been playing very well. Oh, draw. Okay. Well, that's better. I made some pretty poor life choices there. Okay, got that one pretty handily. That's a good card there. Because if you're actually playing normally and leveling up your cards, you can definitely have some fun with this. Let's see, what is that? Oh, Gargant. Yeah, I'll go with the Gargant card this time. Nice. It's always so silly when the Goblin card actually wins a duel. And okay, that was a terrible play actually. Oh, actually, that I guess I didn't realize that was I had the last move. All right, now this is the match that matters because this affects whether I get the rebirth ring now or whether I have to make a detour that costs a couple of minutes and later on. I did not deserve to win that match. Let's just say I made a really bad play with my. Earlier on. Because the other thing too is that if you're playing normally, you're not trying to make your plays as fast as possible, so you can actually kind of think about what all your options are and play a lot more strategically. Hey. Yay! Alright. It's a pretty decent tournament other than that draw in the first match. So I mean, you have to win the first two matches in order to continue. I mean, if you lose, you just have to keep going until you win. But when you play against Sailor Aaron, the game continues even if you lose. But if you lose, you don't get the rebirth ring, which you need in order to beat the game. And if you don't get the rebirth ring from the card tournament, then you have to do some extra stuff later on in this disc in order to synthesize one. Alright, so after that little bit of randomness, now we get a little fun with fighting some Mastodons to some sweet music. Yeah, there's there's other versions of Tetramaster. Like I think I used a downloadable version to practice when I was first learning the game. It's really hard. It's so hard to practice Tetramaster though, just because there's so much randomness to it. So the options I'm picking here for giving orders to the Knights of Pluto's to get some angel earrings, which I can sell for 10,000 gil. Why not burn town, I'm sure is what Kuja is thinking. Alright, good night, Mr. Zwanzig. Thanks for watching. I got stuck on Beatrix. Hey, Noirdes. It's been a long time since I've actually failed the first Mistodon skip. You can get around without having to fight that one. Okay, got that one too. That one is that in order to skip that Mistodon, you have to stutter step. That's normally the more tricky one to skip. Yeah, this is called Protecting My Devotion, I think is the name of this track. It's really good. Yes, Goofy's ultimate shield, and I think it's Kingdom Hearts 1, is called Save the King. Save the Queen shows up a lot more often, and Final Fantasy is the name of the weapon. Hey, Synaptic Static. Steiner's charge command is game breaking, basically, as far as how strong it is. His other sword techs are pretty useless in the speedrun. Steiner is the Lux of this run, basically, both for his clanking sounds and being OP. the fact that Steiner gets tranced here is actually kind of more annoying than anything else, because any battle where one of your characters gets forced into trance, you always start with 0 ATB. In this battle, that basically guarantees that both of the Mistodons get to attack. Well, I guess not this time, but usually both of the Mistodons get to attack before I can do anything. The Super Nintendo ones did it pretty well too. I mean, I certainly felt something when Celis threw herself off the cliffs, thinking all of her friends were dead. Welcome back. It's called having the right abilities equipped, because the Mistodons are undead, and I also have MP attack, which stacks together, which makes you use MP but also do more damage with your physical attack, and it stacks together with a killer ability. And I was in trance during that last battle, which like doubles Steiner's attack power too. Don't forget. Well, what about Sid in 7 though? Sid in FF7 is a great character. But yeah, most of the rest of the ones from 7, even as much nostalgia as I have for the game, the characters are not really that great compared to the Super Nintendo games. Well, actually, I should say 4 and 6. Characters in FF5 are a bit on the weak side too. Yeah, like Quistis is probably the best example of that. I mean, she was introduced as Squall's teacher, and then that's it. They don't go anywhere else with her for the rest of the game. And then Zell is kind of the class clown, and they don't really ever do much more with him than that. Yeah, because they pretty much just jettison all of the supporting characters in favor of Squall and Renoa. That whole like orphanage plot kind of killed it a bit for me in 8 too. Yeah, I mean, yeah, my opinion on 9 is that the character development is inconsistent, but at least there is some of it for every character in the game. I mean, Steiner kind of loses his personality after this part. He's just there pretty much for the rest of the game, but he had some pretty solid development in the first 2 discs. Because once we get past this part, the story really kind of focuses exclusively on Zidane and his origins. And there's bits and pieces of like Dagger trying to regain her confidence. Oh yeah, Freya gets the shaft probably the worst, just because they set her up a bit with the backstory of her boyfriend that doesn't remember her, but then they just kind of leave that behind and don't really ever bring it back until the ending. Yeah, 12 was, yeah. The way I've always looked at FF12 is that the game is a different kind of story. It's a story that's more about events that take place in the world that the game is set in, rather than the character's journey, which is the opposite of most JRPG storylines. Yeah, I mean, that's one thing that makes FF6 so strong, just as a story, is that it has an ensemble cast. I mean, they don't, obviously, some of them are more than others, like you learn a lot more about Celis than you do about Mog and Umaro and so forth, but, the fact that there isn't really a single main character and that you're changing up throughout the game definitely builds it for the others. I remember having kind of some interesting conversations about FF12 in Eminon's stream when he was speedrunning the game, because we were like talking about the voice actors, and like I was explaining to Eminon how like Balthier's English voice actors supposed to sound like he talks like English from England rather than from America. Because I guess in the Japanese version, a lot of the voice actors for FF12 are famous anime voice actors. So right here is actually your last chance to fight Tantarian if you didn't do so in when you had the 30-minute timer when you were here in Disc 2. I think in all of my casual plays of this game, I waited until now to do Tantarian, just because I didn't want to have that timer. I tend to recognize voice actors from either from other games or from, actually just more from other games than anything else, because like, it's kind of weird when I recognized that Caius from Final Fantasy 13-2 was the same voice actor that did Lazard Valeth and Valkyrie Profile Samaria. Yeah, Quentin Flynn is pretty easy to spot. He does Axel in Kingdom Hearts and Raiden and Metal Gear Solid, and I know he's been in he's had lots of roles in anime and cartoons and stuff. Who does John? Oh, is John DiMaggio who does Waka in FF10? I know I've heard that name before. The one true Joker, though, is Mark Hamill, if you ask me. The original Batman animated series had such good voice acting. Yeah, Aiko's troll face there. Dat face, as Spike Vegeta would say. So wait, what? So what did DiMaggio do the Joker for then? I'm guessing it was a cartoon of some kind. Well, I've got some good news though. We're probably about 2/3 of the way through these cutscenes, because now I just have the potions fetch quest. Oh, okay, yeah. I have seen Under the Red Hood. That was really good. So let's see. Do I open this chest now? Yes. Okay. I was blanking on if I get this chest now or the next time I'm in this bedroom. Okay, now this is where I can gain some time on my PB just from these cutscenes, actually, is this part right here. Because if I talk to this guard in the corner here, which is just this weird random trigger, that lets me skip a bunch of other, I shouldn't say a bunch, but some other cutscenes, and I forgot to do that in my 921 PB. So I lost like a minute and a half from having to come back down here because I couldn't remember what else to do if I don't talk to that guard. Probably the easiest way to play FF6 if you don't have a SNES console is on the Wii Virtual Console. I don't know. I don't have a Wii U, so I don't know if you can get all the same games on that. But I know it's definitely on the Wii Virtual Console. That's definitely the version of the game I would recommend too, because the PlayStation version has pretty bad loading times, and the PSN version of FF6 is the PlayStation version. Yeah, I mean the GBA version of 6 has a much better translation, but I mean the music is inferior, and the music is one of the best things about FF6. It's got some added content too, like a bonus dungeon. And it fixes bugs too, like the evade bug. Yeah, there's good GBA music. Like one piece of GBA music that I really like actually is Departure, which is the intro stage theme from Mega Man 02. I really like that. But yeah, if you have ports of music written for Super Nintendo that's kind of stripped down so that it can be run on a GBA, then it can't possibly compare. I wouldn't think an FF6 cartridge would cost $300 in America. I mean, it's not cheap, but I would expect you'd be able to find one for like $60 to $80, like on eBay in America. Aria of Sorrow Castlevania has a pretty solid soundtrack too. Yeah, I'm sure you could probably get a copy of FF13 for like $10 or less used. Probably 20 new. I've been waiting for Lightning Returns to get like that $20, $30 price tag before I get a copy. Just because it's probably going to be a while before I even play it anyway, with all the other stuff in my backlog. But yeah, that's why I mean, if you just want to play the game, I would get the Wii Virtual Console version, because it's the same as the SNES version, only it only costs like $8 or so. Oop, wait, where am I going anyway? I need to go to the bedroom. Yeah, Chrono Trigger is kind of stupid expensive. I'm glad I got my copy as a birthday or Christmas present when it first came out. Same deal there too. I mean, you can get Chrono Trigger and Virtual Console. The DS version of Chrono Trigger is pretty good too. Yeah, the Japanese versions of any RPG are dirt cheap by comparison. Yeah, because like 500 to 1,000 yen is like $5 to $10, I think. Oh, sorry to hear that, Clage. That is definitely a loss. I would definitely consider investing in an SD2 SNES cart if you don't want to have to rebuy expensive games like that. Because I mean, if a Chrono Trigger cart alone is worth like $100 these days, that's basically half the price of an SD2 SNES. SD2 SNES is definitely the best Super Nintendo flash card on the market. I mean, it's the most expensive one, but I think it's worth it, if for no other reason than that it does real-time saves. Because like the Power Pack flash card, you have to hold the reset button in order to commit saves to the SD card. Which, I mean, if you forget to do that, then you lose all your progress in any game you're playing. And if you have like a power outage or something, then you'll lose it too. We got some Major League Synthesis to do now. Oops. Okay, so I want Angel Bless, Glass Buckler, 3 Gold Chokers, Powerbelt, Nadine's Ring, Anklet, Reflect Ring, Fairy Rings. That is quite the... Oh man, Clage, that is so many good games in that list. The only real losses I've had have been my original NES and SNES consoles that didn't survive the many, many moves I put them through between when I used them as a kid and when I got back into retro gaming a couple years ago. Hey, Loranus. All of my... I never actually owned that many cartridge games as a kid, too. I mean, my parents would only get me one for, like, my birthday or Christmas, so I always asked for RPGs just because I knew I would get the most playtime out of, and, like, the latest, like, Mega Man and Castlevania games and stuff I could just rent. Because I played pretty much all of the good 8 and 16-bit Nintendo games back in the day, but basically all of them were rented. Earthbound, I think, is more expensive than Chrono Trigger, typically. Oops. Yeah, factory sealed copy of Earthbound is probably like the most expensive Super Nintendo game. Yeah, I never actually owned Earthbound until I gave in and bought a card for about $100 last year sometime. Yeah, I mean the only expensive RPGs that I actually owned as a kid were FF6 and Chrono Trigger. I never actually owned a copy of FF4 until within the past few years too, just because by the time I had like games to choose for birthday or Christmas, FF6 was already out and I wanted that instead. Because I'd already rented FF4 a couple times. Alright, we're finally almost done and ready for the speedrun to resume. Oh yeah, once I get to this next Sid cutscene, I'm gonna run some commercials. So BRB. Yeah, I mean, the first hour of Disc 3 is really bad. It's so slow and has so many cutscenes, but the rest of the disc, well, just the rest of the game, period, is really good, though. Pretty much the only real, like, cutscene heavy part of the game that's still left is the part after you rescue Hilda from Mount Gullig. You got a couple, like, what, 8 minutes or so of cutscenes after that, but and it's, that notwithstanding, it's basically straight action from here on out. Yeah, Luna wants to eat pretty much everything. Time to go see Bobby Corwin. Nice, Lady Lunar. Alright, now to look for some very tasty undead fish. And we get us a squid on a beach instead. So like I've said before, this is kind of an outdated strat now, because there's other ways of dealing with the Desert Palace that don't involve having level 5 death, but I have not practiced that yet, so I'm just going with what I know works. There we go. Welcome back, Dusler. Oh, thank you, Last Judgment. Appreciate it. Nom 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 nom. Made it. Yeah, not too many more stutter step sequences left. Next one is pretty long though, because it's when I have to get from where I land with the Hildegard one to the Chocobo tracks. If anyone doesn't know, the reason why I walk like that in the world map is because it significantly reduces the odds of random encounters. Nah, it's not quite a hey-hey, just because I shouldn't normally be getting world map encounters if I have a good stutter step rhythm, unless I get trolled. This is a great game. So the newer strats involve actually bringing Quina instead of Amaranth here, and that's basically so that you can have Amaranth for the Desert Palace. And with different strats you use in the Desert Palace that involve Amaranth, that means you then don't have to fight the whale zombie to learn level 5 death. It's called the Gullig Stone. It's pretty vague, really, why Kuja wants the Gullig Stone, just because it, I mean, it's kind of established that he needs it in order to enter Mount Gullig, but then why? Is kind of my question. I mean, because all he does after getting into Mount Gullig is try to extract Eidolons from Ico. Alright. This room here is pretty long, and I have to go through it 3 times, so I'm gonna get new encounters here. If I can get through all 3 trips through this room with 6 or fewer encounters, then that's pretty good luck. Guys and gals. Okay, fine. Oh, Steiner doing the dirty work. Yeah, that's kind of the theory that sounds the most reasonable to me, is that for some reason he has to go to Mount Gullig to extract the Eidolons, since Alexandria Castle has been destroyed. I do not know Korgrim. I have not been counting encounters this run. Oh, Drew. Probably should have seen what he was going to do. Not to say before I had Amaranth attack Zidane. If it was actually possible to run away from battles in this game without using flee, then that would also go way towards making random battles not quite as big of a source of RNG. Yeah, the fact that there's still monsters you have to fight in here, even though, jeez, Steiner cleaning up house. But there's still monsters in here, even though Kuja wants you to get to the Hildegard. It's kind of silly. Yeah, that mage must be on break or something. Yeah, because FF8 has a unique mechanic to it where enemies' levels are scaled based on your average party level. Like, I know part of the speedrun route involves bringing selfie with you at certain places because in order to lower your average level and make enemies weaker. Just because selfie, I think, is the lowest naturally leveled character in the route. I just remember FF Gamer saying that once, that one of Selfie's main roles in the run is to lower the party level at a couple places. Yeah, oh yeah, I guess maybe it's the fish fins fight that does it then. Or like the Galbadia soldiers that you fight in Dole or Dalit. I think I usually call it Dalit just because it has two L's. Right at the end, too. Yeah, I remember running into these things once before too. Cast Float on you and then cast Earthquake. And yet that float missed Steiner for some reason. See how I'm doing with let's see, accuracy plus. Okay. I know both of the abilities I need for this part. Where the music starts getting really good too once we're past this part of the game, because we're hearing a lot of remixes of the Terra theme now. Should grab the sword first. I probably don't have any actually have any Phoenix Pinions to sell. Magician shoes, Chinese boots, yellow scarves, angel earrings. That's probably the second most complicated menuing segment in the game. The first is in Pandemonium, which is kind of near the end. Yeah, I know you can use that quick save trick in FF5 Advanced to manipulate getting movers, I think, or yeah, the really high AP value enemy. Hey, KEK. Hey Felly, happy Memorial Day. Because I have not practiced doing the Quina oil vert route yet. I know it's faster, but I just haven't learned how to do it yet. because I haven't focused on improving my time on this game for a while. Creepy face room isn't too far off, too. Yeah, because Oeil vert means green eye in French. Well, no, those epitaphs do actually do stuff. They can turn you to stone, or I think they can turn into other enemies too. The getting turned to stone part is annoying though. Oh, they translated it into something else for the French version of the game. That is amazing. No, very much no. The world of Terra is blue, is the pervasive color. I'm just zoning in and out here in order to reset my encounter threat level. Yeah, and the way the last couple people in chat have been spelling it is how it's spelled in the English version. Kind of cracks me up that they changed it to something meaningless for the French version. Just another zone in and zone out before I get the Gaia gear. Wait, did I miss the shield armor? Where was that supposed to be? Ah, I missed some shield armor. I need to go back. Assuming I can. Whoa. Am I not able to leave this room? That. Well, I guess I'm gonna do oil vert again, just because I don't know offhand if how important that is, and I don't want to take the chance. That's annoying. Good to know that you can't leave after going down that elevator, so I guess next time I do something like this I should do that equipping before going down the elevator, so if I forgot something in oil vert I can go back for it. Yeah, I missed the shield armor. I don't even remember where it is, but it's in this side of the dungeon. Oh, it's that chest up to the northwest is where it is. Yeah. I was supposed to pick it up before going through the yellow door. Yeah, there's a Terrask boss in like every Wild Arms game. Yeah, what is Zidane called in the French version? I mean, I know there's a French soccer player named Zidane, so I'm sure they call it Zidane Tribal something else. Alright, give me shield armor, please. There it is. Jidan? Well, his name is Jitan in the Japanese version, so that makes sense. Hey, that's a really good fast escape, given how bad Zidane's ATB bar was. And of course, I'm getting much worse in counter luck here than last time. Zidane and his headbutts of justice. Oh yeah, that would not have worked to miss then, because Steiner definitely needs distract. Yeah, well, how exactly is Ark hiding in this this underground room? Let's finish him off in style. Would have been nice to have gotten that earlier in the fight. Yeah, Ibsen's castle is where equipping weak weapons does do more damage. I mean, generally the first time you get to Ark, you're gonna get your whole party confused by propeller wind, and then you're gonna die, and then the next time you fight him, you'll have clear-headed, and then it'll be easy. So I'm gonna fail this first minigame 5 times on purpose in order to make it easier afterwards. I often have a hard time keeping a straight face with this music, too. The frog stash. Next room after this one has a really nice, cool Easter egg, if you know about it. Every enemy in this place is vulnerable to level 5 death, fortunately, which is why I got it. There's other strats that you can use to get past the encounters, but I have not learned them yet. So anyway, this room here, those 3 statues in front there, those are the Warring Triad from FF6, or at least replicas of them. Yeah, like the Final Fantasy wiki has better drawings of them, because it has like the concept art. It varies by item. Like I'm skipping the item in this room because it doesn't really affect anything. But like the promised ring that I got near the start definitely saves time against the boss by lowering its magic defense. I didn't get the anklet to the last room either, just because that doesn't help against the boss either, and I don't actually need the anklet. If I'd have lost the card tournament, I would have needed to get the anklet in order to synthesize a rebirth ring. Yeah, I won the tournament. I had I had a draw and then win. I'm getting really bad encounter luck here too. Oops. Oh, no, I guess it's this one first. Well, I wouldn't mind being able to start FF6 before midnight, because having FF5 start at midnight last year really didn't work very well in the end, just because everybody was so dead by 3 AM. I think last time I checked it was scheduled to start at 10 PM. Oh, thank you, Winkst. Appreciate it. Yeah. I think that Moogle sound is just kind of there as a cue for where exactly you're supposed to go next, just because it isn't really super obvious that you're supposed to walk to the west, because before you did that bookshelf puzzle, it was just a solid wall there. Okay. This battle takes forever to get going too, because of all the messages about the bloodstones. Whoa! Hello, Link. Might want to use like a shortener or something on that. If you're gonna use link shorteners though, please put some context in though, because just putting a shortened link in with no context might get you kicked. Because that's what spam bots generally do. Close. Almost had lucky sevens. Meanwhile... almost a one encounter trip, which would definitely be a hey. Yeah, the reason why I was bouncing the water spell off my whole party is because that in the English version that amplifies the damage. There's barely any differences between the English and Japanese versions, but that's one of them. Alright, good night, Maonat. Thanks for watching. Yeah, Kuji's theme is pretty sweet. Immoral Melodies, what this arrangement of it is called. Hey, nice. Fortunately, I get quietly healed after I enter Estogaza. Like, having trouble going in could end badly if I get rooted. I've never played any Disgaea games, assuming there's more than one. I'm about half an hour behind where the world record beats Melted Gemini, by the way, if that's just an indication of how much time there is to be saved. Oh, there it is. Alright, later, Sitaquis. Thanks for watching. If you mean my PB table, that should have my 652 FF6 PB in it. Unless you mean somewhere else. Necron battle is going to be... Well, all of Disc 4 is going to be Zidane, Steiner, Freya, and Amarant. Welcome back, Gangrel. Well, yeah, 652.07 is my PB for 100% FF6. No, 606.21 was just my, casual any percent run I did as part of this follower special. This is kind of a tricky menu just because most of the, menus you can't use the optimize, command for. I mean, one of my next goals is to improve my FF6 any percent PB. I'd like to get close to 5.5 hours. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that shadow route is slower than the route I use for any percent now. I mean, it lives on in that it was kind of the basis for my 100% route. 606 100% would be insane, though. I really doubt that's possible. I mean, that would beat the glitched 100% record. I mean, the glitched 100% record is from a marathon, so it's not as optimized as it could be, but I mean, it's still, I mean, using the Doom glitches definitely saves time, though. Yeah, FF10 is the longest Final Fantasy speedrun. 12 would be if you weren't able to skip cutscenes. Oops. What was this? No, it's down here is the... There we go. Alright, good night, V-Man. Thanks for watching. Let's see, we got Fire Rabbit. The Karakarin's 956 is segmented, is single segment PBs. I think like it's somewhere around 10.5 hours. It's a weird turn order. Killing off BB just because he doesn't need experience from this fight, and this fight is worth a lot of experience. Yeah, I mean there is no agreed to 100% definition for any Final Fantasy other than 6, which is all characters and espers. If you see anybody else doing 100% Final Fantasy, it's something they kind of just defined for themselves. Which is fine, I mean, people can do whatever they want. I get quietly healed again before Melted Gemini. Well, yeah, 10-2 is the only Final Fantasy to have an in-game completion rating, but you're never going to see 100% speedrun, just because getting 100% in 10.2 means you can't skip cutscenes, and there's just so much other stuff you have to do. There's a couple people that have done 100% Jiminy's Journal runs of Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2. There's also an all worlds category for both 1 and 2, which is just to complete all of the worlds. 100% Journal is a massive run though, it's like 12 plus hours. All worlds is only like an hour or so longer than any percent. Zero Kainos has done, he has his own definition for 100% FF7 that I think involves like getting one of every kind of weapon and materia and getting like all the level 4 limit breaks, which he's been doing for fun lately. Yeah, Zero Kainos has absolutely crushed FF7 PC. Yeah, because getting 100% Journal in KH2 requires the Hades Paradox Cup. It requires like maxing out every possible mini game in Twilight Town. You have to open every chest in the game, make every synthesis item. I mean, it's just so much kind of farming related stuff that you have to do. I mean, I've run 100% FF6 with all characters and espers. I wouldn't mind doing some other kind of like higher, like more completionist category for 4 and 5 at some point. Like maybe doing an all bosses and all storyline summons run of FF4, and like all tablets in FF5, which would basically mean doing pretty much all of the merged world dungeons. I can't really think of any kind of a run for this game that would be more that I'd want to do on top of any percent though, just because of how long this game is to begin with. Yeah, FF7.fr sounds like a pretty interesting community. Yeah, if you mean Cart 7, yeah, he's a cool guy. He's crushed PlayStation FF7 lately. He recently got a sub 745, no slots PB, which is really sick time. And makes my 812 PB seem all the more pathetic right now, given how much lower he's taken it. like I'm gonna get out of this without getting viral smoked. Which means I actually get AP from it. Although I mean, my route makes it so it doesn't really matter if I get viral smoked or not. Swift Rage is probably a good way to describe the Luna ability in this game. Alright, so now that Melted Gemini is dead, we've got our last block of cutscenes before the end of the game, pretty much. This one is just mashing, though. There aren't any fetch quests or any other silly stuff. Getting viral, yeah, I imagine getting, because yeah, virus makes you not gain any experience or AP from battles you win. Well, yep, we've only got about, well, somewhere between an hour and a half and 2 hours to go, I would say. Probably closer to 2 hours, given that I've lost a fair, I mean, I've reset twice because of mistakes. I mean, those two together is probably only about somewhere between 5 and 7 minutes. I mean, the oil vert one was the more costly one. If you mean the Lucky 7 strat science, I mean, I just do, I mean, assuming that I was able to have restore, I didn't have to take off my all materia to keep boosting Red's magic power. I just cast Cure All before casting Big Guard. Because if you don't have M Barrier, then a Cure All should make you recover from the Trine. Yeah, and if you and if you've got tranquilizers on, then no one should die to Trine. If whatever setup you're using makes it so that you're at risk of dying to Trine, you could also do lightning elemental armor for extra protection. Yeah, getting through the Aoife tree without gaining levels is really freaking hard. Same for the Clara Settlement War. I mean, I think the first place where it's just completely impossible not to gain levels is the You're Not Alone battles, but the challenge rules make it so that as long as the levels go onto a character that's not fighting Necron, then you're okay. Yeah, well, they're still coming too. I mean, I do have a little ways to go before I get to Terra, but that's always one of the parts in the run people get the most hype for is the You're Not Alone battles. Well, all of the jewels boost summons in this game. Like, I think the number of jewels of the type that correspond to the summon that you have will boost it. Like, I know the Garnet is for Bahamut. What, the Perido or Peridot is for Odin? Or no, or is that for Ramu? The only summon that actually gets used in this run is Carbuncle, which is Ruby. Carbuncle's kind of a cool summon in this game too, because once Ico has mastered the Carbuncle ability, you can equip other jewels in your accessory slot to change what Carbuncle does. Like I think it's Moonstone if you equip. Carbuncle casts Shell. There's another one that can give you Reflect, or no, I mean Haste. And I think there's like one or two more on top of that you change the effect of Carbuncle, which is really, I think, a really cool touch. So hopefully I'm still at least on sub 10 hour pace. I'm probably gonna do worse than my Lucky 7 special, but since I didn't practice this, I did a full practice run before that special, and I didn't this time. So I'm sure if I'd have done a practice run, I wouldn't have forgotten the shield armor. And here we get the Hildegard music. That was just a teaser, though. It'll be back in a few minutes. After Dagger gets a haircut. Yeah. I never really get sick of the any of the Super Nintendo or PlayStation Final Fantasy soundtracks. They're all so good. Well, Hildegard 2 was the one that that Sid rescued you from Alexandria on. Or did he? Or I know you see the Hildegard 2 during the attack on Alexandria, and it's unstable because of Sid being an Oglop. So I think they just kind of trashed it and used the parts to build the Hildegard 3, along with the. They also explain what happens to the Blue Narcissus after this part, that they used the engine from it to help build the Hildegard 3. They don't really ever explain what happens to the Hildegard 1, though, after Kuja flies to Mount Golug. Maybe he uses it to get to Terra or something. 'Cause they don't really ever explain how Kuja gets back to Terra. Okay, now it's time for Roses of May again. I've got piano sheet music for this, which is really nice sounding too. real emotion. A Thousand Words is a pretty gorgeous song, but Real Emotion not so much. Yeah, I think somebody earlier was pointing out how Beatrix is kind of the General Leo character of this game, and that she's absolutely loyal to her kingdom, and whether she's on your side or not changes throughout the course of the game depending on the politics of the story. Yeah, the haircut is when she regains her voice, which is now. Her hair looks a little too good to have been a self-cut, though, if you ask me. Yeah, the concept of a woman cutting her hair to kind of represent wanting to start over again is kind of common in Japanese storytelling. Like Wild Arms 1 starts with Cecilia cutting her hair to kind of symbolize leaving being a princess behind and wanting to go save the world, which is kind of what Dagger is doing here, actually. I know there's like a third game I've played that has that in it too, but I'm blanking on which one. I've seen it in anime too. Personally, I'm kind of more a fan of the long, dark-haired look on ladies, but that's just my preference. Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, I'm sure there's other stories that use the cutting of hair as a symbol of change, but pretty much every case that I can think of is a Japanese story. kind of interesting too, just because that's kind of a change. I think that it's a bit of a change from before, when cutting of hair in stories was kind of more based on like Samson from the Bible, as far as cutting hair, making him lose his power. Welcome back, Berserk. Well, I made a pretty stupid mistake in Oil Vert that made me have to reset and lose a couple minutes. I forgot to pick up the shield armor, and then I found out that once you've gone into Ark's room, you can't leave, which I didn't know before. So I had to do Oil Vert twice, but I think I should still be on sub 10-hour pace. It might be tight. So we've still got a ways to go in Disc 3, and Disc 4 is about 45 minutes or so. Okay. Other than that, though, the mistake count hasn't really been that high in this run. Wait, I did also have to reset because of forgetting to watch the Trino Tradition ATE, but that was a much less costly reset. Not really that hard, to be honest. I mean, saving is more than anything else is about a hedge against mistakes, because there aren't really that many places in this game where you could lose just because of stuff outside your control happening. I mean, the most notable one is Death Guys, who's about 15 minutes from the end. But other than that, with the right equipment and abilities, there isn't really much that can control you too hard. I mean, there's lots of little stuff that adds up, like the number of random encounters you get into in a run is one of the biggest impacts on your time. You can control it a little bit by optimizing your movement and using the zone in and zone out trick, but that's still far from perfect. Troll Guys is probably a bit more easily recognizable. I'm having Steiner attack just for a 10% chance to get heat status on him with his flame saber. If that happens, then he dies immediately. Or I shouldn't say immediately he dies, the next time he does something. Wound. Fortunately, Freya's fine because of not getting viral smoked. I don't have Mustard Bomb. That's a spell for Quina. There's no way that learning Mustard Bomb would save time on that fight. Yeah, I've got all the abilities I need for Quina. Alright, so after Tehaka, yeah, I mean the 13 series has really fun battles. I mean the fast-paced and real-time combination really works for me. Yeah, if you're talking about the heat quick kill, I've very rarely actually gotten that, especially getting it early enough for it to actually save time. Because like if you get it on the third turn, it doesn't really. All it pretty much does then is cancel his death animation, which you can also do if he dies from poison damage. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Gangrel. Yeah, I have a blooper on my Twitch and YouTube of some time that I managed to land heat on Taharka, and it came at just the absolute perfect moment for it when make it basically so that it wore off before he actually died. It was pretty hilarious. Yes, this is indeed a very comfortable chair. Because yeah, heat status is like the air anchor in FF6, where it doesn't actually do anything until the target takes an action. Yeah, my community bans turbo controllers. That's pretty much true of the whole Western speedrunning community. It's really just the Japanese community that allows it. Also, hey for no encounter Ibsen's Castle. Yeah, like my community only allows turbo if the stock controller for the system has turbo, and pretty much the only system I can even think of that does is TurboGrafx 16. So like Turbo PlayStation or NES or SNES is not allowed. Alright, so the last thing we need to do before we can go to Terra is the 4 shrines. When I first played the game, I was kind of disappointed that you didn't actually get to fight any of the Guardians except the Earth Guardian, but you basically do in the form of the 4 Fiends in Memoria. Because kind of the implication is that the Water, Fire, and Wind Guardian are the same as Kraken, Tiamat, and Meliris. Plus, in a speedrun, I mean, the Water Guardian would be so awful if I had to fight a boss with just Dagger and Ico. Because neither in the speedrun route, neither of them really have any kind of offensive powers at all. Yeah, this music's good, and yeah, you only hear it right now for the 4 shrines. Something else I didn't know until recently too: if you don't hit the prompt there to press X, you just you just backtrack and have to do that again. Basically, you don't die if you miss the chance to hit that button. Well, it's for Earth Guardian, just because Earth Guardian can use the Aga spells. I think actually just, maybe, is it just Thundaga or is it all of them? But it's so that Quina is basically immune to everything that Earth Guardian can do except for his physical attack. Continuous attack, I think, is what this theme is called. So having to fight a boss with Freya and Amaranth and Steiner and Vivi wouldn't really be that bad, but the Water Guardian would be awful, though. Having to fight with Dagger and Aiko. I mean, if that was actually a fight, I'm sure it would be kind of a gimmick fight based around using summons. Nom 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 nom. I love that you can eat the Earth Guardian. That would be kind of interesting if somebody made like a mod of this game and was actually able to insert fights with the other 3 Guardians into it. I mean, they would just be basically palette swaps of Meliris, Kraken, and Tiamat, and then they would have to be kind of modified to actually be fightable by the characters that you have there. And and there'd have to be some kind of they could use the same battle background that you have for Earth Guardian. Yeah, I learned the Earth Shake blue magic spell there, although I'm never actually going to cast it. I mean, eating the Earth Guardian is just to kill him faster. Because it saves like either 1 or 2 attacks from Zidane to have to eat him. How many times have I gotten the Excalibur 2? Every time that I've speedrun the game, because I have to get the Excalibur 2 in order to be able to beat the final bosses. Welcome back, Bob. You're in time for pretty much the best part of the game, too. The last, like, 2 hours, roughly. This is on a PlayStation 2. Yes, he does. That man does indeed want to knock me all down. Although he will get knocked all down in the end. Yeah, I can get the Ultima weapon and put death guys to sleep. I have a pretty funny highlight on my channel of one of those heck dies things, putting Zidane to sleep and then casting Death Roulette and killing itself. I'd say, I don't know, we're probably roughly an hour and a half from the finale. Hopefully less than that, because I do want to try to cut 10 hours. I mean, the final disc is about 45 minutes. Is it, though? Maybe, I'm blanking on if it's 45 or like 30. Yep. It's time to start getting hyped for You're Not Alone, too, because that's coming up relatively soon after I get to Pandemonium. Oh, does PAL strats mean not getting the Excalibur 2 or something? Alright, one encounter Terra is pretty good. That was a pretty fast encounter, too. I don't think I have 45 minutes of Disc 3 left. It's probably more like 30. So it'll probably be pretty tight to cut the 10. It would be easier to stream from an emulator, but I don't like playing games on emulators. I mean, I like using them to practice speedrunning, but playing retro games to me is about being in front of a CRT TV and holding a DualShock 2 controller or a Super Nintendo controller to play. Plus, emulator for this game is slower than PS2, just because the PlayStation 1 emulator can't emulate fast disk speed. Yeah, all the music and from this part of the game onward is really, really good. Well, the PS2 emulator can only play PS2 games. It can't play PS1 games. At least the PS2 emulator I have, which is PCSX2. As far as actually playing PS2 games, though, PCSX2 is faster than a PS2 console, though. Like when I practice Kingdom Hearts 2 on emulator, it gives me much faster loading times than console. Let's see, okay, going this way. It's Ico that goes to the east. Yeah, I am definitely eagerly awaiting for when PS2 emulation is advanced enough that like real TASing can be done of PS2 games. Yeah, the Dolphin emulator I know works pretty well. Like there's a pretty good TAS of Mega Man 10 that was made on the Dolphin emulator. Yeah, you need a pretty good CPU in your computer in order to emulate the PS2 without a ton of lag. So we get Zidane strongest dagger type weapon there, the Orichalcon. Okay, so it looks like I've actually lost about 10 minutes from resetting, because my in-game time was 8:19. And the in-game timer in the PlayStation Final Fantasies is pretty accurate. Sadly, it can't be used for speedrun measurement because you can't find out what your final in-game time is once you've beaten the game. Alright. Cutscene, and then you're not alone. Oh, Wild Arms 3's in-game timer is problematic. Yeah, in Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix, you can get a final in-game time, because there's a clear file save you can make at the end to unlock the theater mode in the game, and if I ever did a Final Mix speedrun, I'd definitely want to know the final in-game time. Although the community just does real-time ending at when you beat Xemnas. Yeah, Wild Arms 2 is a really long run. I think the reason for that is just because there's no sequence breaks, and there isn't really any there isn't anything about the game that lets you really easily win battles under-leveled. Wild Arms 2 is actually the most recent Wild Arms game that I've played too, because I think I played 3, 4, then ACF, then 5, and then 2. I'll definitely consider running KH2 FM when it comes out. I mean, I already have a Japanese copy of it. I mean, if I wanted to kind of seriously run 2FM, it would, even after the HD version comes out, all signs are kind of pointing towards that the HD version is going to have slower loading times than the Japanese PS2 version, but I could see myself offering the English version of KH2 FM for like Crystals for Life next year or something. Yeah, speed game that has crash bugs. I think Legend of Dragoon is like that too, where playing the game with fast disk speed makes you have a chance for it to soft lock on cutscenes, but not using fast disk speed makes it several hours longer because of loading times. Yeah. I can read katakana, which is the Japanese alphabet that's used for foreign words. I find it kind of easy to learn because katakana is basically used for English words, and I'm gonna stop talking now because this is You're Not Alone. Oh, it's only English ACF that crashes. That's interesting. English ACF is such a sloppy port, too. Here I don't get anything out of attacking the Amdusias until Freya and Amarant are here, so I just have to wait. ACF is Wild Arms Alter Code F, which is a PS2 remake of Wild Arms 1. Do anything? I guess not. It was kind of weird that it didn't actually attack me. So these battles are worth a lot of experience for Zidane too, because of him having the level up ability and being in all 3 of them. These are the last battles that I fight that actually give experience too. It's all 0 XP bosses from here. Okay, the second battle's the most dangerous one, for me at least. I know Karakarn dies more often to the Shell Dragon, but I've died more often to this thing. Okay, this is a good start. Because both Steiner and Quina are immune to Thundaga. Nice. Alright. First 2 turns of the fight are the scary ones. Quina needs to die during this fight for experience distribution. Avedon doing it saves me having to have Steiner kill Quina. Oh, nice, Frost. I like that. Spike Vegeta doesn't run this game anymore. He was actually in here earlier, and he said the main reason he stopped running FF9 was because he couldn't, for the life of him, get a copy of the game that wouldn't have freeze problems during FMVs. Yeah, I haven't run this outside of special occasions for quite a while, just because I've been focusing on other stuff. I do want to improve my time at this at some point, but I have no idea when, just because FF7 Sub 8 is kind of my next big project. First turn there. Yeah, how did Dagger get Kiraga, by the way? I never actually taught it to her. Shell Dragon has a really good troll face, by the way. That was a really good Shell Dragon fight, because it never actually used Smash on Zidane until it was too late. Because if it does that, then I have to use an elixir in order to avoid death. Yeah, I wasn't... well, that was actually completely safe, just because Zidane is accuracy plus, so he can't miss. At least I've never missed with accuracy plus equipped. Alright, so coming up here is the most complicated menuing in the whole game. So I'm pretty much going to be selling off everything I have that I don't need to finish the run, and then buy a bunch of useful equipment, and then do a bunch of menuing. I'm going to save beforehand just in case I screw something up with the shopping. Like sell the diamond gloves, which I did once, which is the absolute worst possible mistake I could have made. weapons except for village. Usually go to the bottom after this, and then it's everything except diamond. So that. The gold chokers, need the reflecting, need the power belts, need the feather boots, feather boots. Oh, wait a minute, I did not unequip. I was wondering why some of my counts look weird. Alright, let's start that over. Alright, so I didn't think I need the... Yeah, I don't need the coral ring. I don't need shield armor. I did not. Do need the demon's vest. Don't need the brigand rune. Need that, and that. I used to be able to do all of this completely from memory too, just since there's so much menuing here. I'd spend a lot of time practicing this. Let's do that. Should be good to go. Alright, it's go time. Ooh, I probably should. I kind of wish I'd have practiced this before. Alright, we got it. Yeah, Zidane usually ends up being level 35, which is a little problematic for death guys, but all I can really do to try to prevent that is to kill less stuff in the Hildegard room. And I'm never really, I don't, at this point I don't really know how many things I need to kill for AP. I could also kill something in Memoria to try to get him to level 36. Yeah, menuing is serious business in RPGs. This is no exception. Yeah, Spambot's been out in force. You need to get to under 12 hours to get to the Crystal World in order to get the Excalibur 2. Hey, Chester, good evening, sir. Happy Memorial Day. Fortunately, Silver Dragon is actually the easiest of the end of Disc 3 boss rush. I do kind of, it does get a little scary, but I do kind of hope that it uses its shockwave attack, because I basically want my characters to get into critical for Garland and Kuja, and that's more likely to happen if the Silver Dragon shockwaves me. Yes, I am going to STDQ. Miss. Bosses are out in forest tonight. Egg in the background. Hey, Kirby. Yeah. Only 85 more to go to hit 11k, which is awesome. Odds of that happening by the end of this run are probably not too likely, though. Yeah, looking like I might get to quad-digit viewers by the end of this run, too. My PB is 921. Demi can actually kill you in this game too, unlike most other Final Fantasies. Thank you, Dracoff. I'm playing the disc version. The disc version is faster than the PSN version if you're playing on a PlayStation 2. Oh yeah, Garland got knocked all down there. The world record beat the game 8 minutes ago, by the way. There's a couple people that run 12. It's not quite it's a shorter run than 10 just because of being able to skip cutscenes. Like I think the English single segment 10 record is like 7.5 hours. Wow, spam bots, please. Yeah, Dreambaum is training to run 12, I know. I know other people have talked about wanting to run it, but I can't think of anybody else that's like started actually to put some serious work into it lately. Okay, since we've done it, we've got a pretty solid chance of cutting the 10. Like I kind of overestimated how many cutscenes were at the end of disc 3. So this, yeah, if I get like a 950 or so, that would basically be about the same as my Lucky Sevens follower special. Well, if I'd have gotten the shield armor, because that was like a 940 something. I'm gonna save before going into the portal, just because Nova Dragon can be a troll. I got the Mage Masher first try in this run, which is pretty ridiculous. Yeah, I didn't really appreciate Dark Messenger, which is Transkuja's battle theme, until I started speedrunning the game. I did not get Puck Skip. Sorry, Drazurk, I let you down. Is that what the name of this track is? Unforgettable. Because this is, yeah, this is another nice, really nice kind of subtle good track. It really sets the stage for what you're about to go somewhere you may not come back from. Time for our very, very, very brief excursion in the Invincible. Alright, best FMV in the game right here. What I especially like about it too is that if you mash through the skippable text boxes as quickly as possible, that makes the music sync with the action really, really well. Right here. Yeah, I love how the music transitions right as the camera swings around to show the Invincible flying into the portal. Then again, right here, right when this FMV starts, the next part of the music that starts. But then it just kind of ends abruptly when the Nova Dragon battle loads. I wouldn't have minded if they'd have kept the Assault of the Silver Dragons music going during Nova Dragon instead of just using the regular boss themes to kind of add to the epicness. So I'm kind of holding back a bit in this fight just because Nova Dragon has a pretty nasty counterattack. dead pretty soon. There we go. Oh, nice crit there, Steiner. Yeah, this is the last Final Fantasy game that Nobuo Uematsu was the did the soundtrack for. He's been involved with every other one since then, but I think he's pretty much just contributed the vocal songs. The instrumental music's been done by other people. I think Uematsu has been quoted as saying that he considers the 9 soundtrack to be his finest work, too. Oh, if you're if you're lucky, you might, Kirby. You just might. Oh. Yeah, I need fairy earrings, I guess, for Freya to have body temp. Or no, I was looking at the wrong list. Nice, Steiner is already in critical HP, too. Sometimes I have to have Steiner kill himself before I get to Miliris. Hey, King Tut. Oh, thanks for watching, Monster Dunk. Thanks to everybody that's been watching my 10,000 follower special, however much of it you have been. Probably wouldn't be a horrible idea to kill something on my way through here too, just to keep Zidane from being level 35 on death guys. That Era Man probably would have been something pretty easy to kill. Yeah, I'll kill this guy because I got a preemptive. He's probably going to push Amaranth to level 25, but he's generally going to just die to Meteor from Undeath guys. I still didn't. Okay, I have to kill something else too. Guess I don't need to do anything. Okay, I don't need to do any menuing before Malaris. No, this is not emulator. This is PS2. Well, yeah, he's the lowest level of the four of them, so I guess it would make sense that he'd level twice. The tower doesn't really save enough time to justify the extra encounter risk. It just means you have to do the Necron fight a little differently. Oh no! Okay, we're good. Rip. That was called Auto Life. That's why getting one of the reasons why the Rebirth ring from getting it either from the card tournament or Synthesis is so important for the end of the run. I mean, you can survive that fairly easily without it, just by having Zidane defend before you kill Maliris, but Auto Life is so much more epic. King Tut Bravely Default is basically a sequel to Final Fantasy V. I mean, it even has weapon and item names that are straight out of the Final Fantasy universe. Yeah, you don't even need to back row, or you can just elixir and then defend and you'll be fine. Hey, that screen with no encounters doesn't happen very often. No Bravely Default spoilers though, please. I have not finished it yet. I just started chapter 4. So this is the most dangerous of the FF1 mini-bosses. Float! Basically, if he casts Float on someone, you do not want them to attack, or else you can remove them from the battle. Hey, Zealous. Pretty good fight, actually. I mean, ideally I wouldn't get either twisted or jet fired, but twister is easier to recover from. Hey, Fiery Blizzard. Jeez, they're relentless right now. I don't imagine my stream is really that popular right now compared to the League streams. Jetfire just, I think it's a fire elemental attack that can give you some kind of status condition. Kill this guy. Better give me level 6 for Zayden. There we go. Second time for PEs, was New Game Plus. FF7 is about 8 hours. Wow. Huh. Wow. Is that like a crit or something? Yeah. That must have been a crit. That must have been a crit, because there's no way that should have killed Zidane if he hadn't. His HP was full. Well, rip sub 10 hours. I think that happened to Isanguin once too, that he died to an Iron Giant because of getting crit. Alright, well anyway, this time let's change some stuff around so that I can, well actually I'll wait till after Meliris, but change some stuff around so that I can have level up for, so I only have to fight one thing for level 36. I'll have to look at the VOD for that, because that, unless I was lazy with healing or something, there's no way that should have killed him. Yeah, since we got a preemptive. Yeah, unless I forgot to, because I don't remember Zidane taking damage during Tiamat, unless he did from Twister. Because I thought he would no, because the ribbon gives you immunity to wind, so that had to have been a crit that killed Zidane. I don't normally have auto life on Zidane after Meliris. I shouldn't need. I mean, if you get into a position in random encounters where having auto life would help, I mean, you're probably gonna die anyway. Just because when you use auto life, your ATB bar gets reset, and the enemy gets another turn before you get one. So I probably should have just Phoenixed down Zidane and then hoped that Iron Giant killed Freya instead of Zidane. Yes, I am a bit sick. And actually, no, it wasn't the C for ill, just because it was about 2 weeks after getting home that I started getting sick. Oh, it missed? Wow. That's lucky. Because Freya's the only character right now that doesn't have immunity to mustard, well, doesn't have body temp. Which gives you immunity to both heat and freeze. Oh, it's been going okay for being a kind of semi-rusty, no resets run. I mean, I've lost about, well, not counting that death just now, I lost maybe about 10 minutes because of mistakes, two mistakes that made me have to reset back to saves. So I would have had a pretty solid chance at cutting the 10 hours if I hadn't died to that encounter. I had that one, well, I've got a remedy too, but I had that one antidote. Yeah, when I leave Lindblom in Disc 1, I buy one of each kind of healing, of status curing item just for a rainy day. Hey, and it's raining where I am too, so perfect. If the Iron Giant crits me again, we'll know it's time to blame Everhate. out right off the bat. Fortunately, since it's fine to attack while floating with charge. This charge does not trigger counterattacks. Okay, Jetfire's teammates missed this attack. Trolling. Okay. That's such a good team that fight the first time around too. Okay, this time I definitely need to heal Zidane before proceeding, because a non-critical cleave could kill him now. Yeah, I like having streams up for background noise while I'm doing other stuff too. I was having really good encounter luck in Memoria the first time around too, until that death. Alright, round 2. Makes me want to run away. No, I'm done streaming after this run. I don't see myself ever streaming something else after an FF9 speedrun, just because of how long it is. Or probably FF7 too. There's some Japanese runners that have done FF7 through 9 gauntlets. I think the record is like about 27 hours. That's Japanese versions with turbo controllers. There's one person that's actually done FF4 through 9 in one sitting too, in about 45 hours. I watched some pieces of it, and I especially wanted to see the end of 9 to see how destroyed he'd be. And he sounded fine, which was kind of scary actually, that he was still lucid after playing Final Fantasy for almost 2 days straight. I don't know if he was like taking naps during endings or something, or if he was chugging energy drinks like none other, or what. Ever hate when the cows come home? Yeah, well, Stilva is in FF7 as well as a regular enemy, but in this game it looks more like Materia Keeper than FF7 Stilva. So yeah, if I hadn't died, I'd probably be on Death Guys or so by now. But what can you do? I don't think I even have my timer set up for for having a tens digit on the hours, so it's just, I think it's just gonna say 0 when it rolls over to 10 hours. Oh, thank you. It's JGP. Yeah, I won't bother adjusting it just for the comedic value. Let's see, so I'd love to visit Japan someday. Probably before I go to Japan, though, I would like to visit Europe, because I've never been to Europe. Persona 4 Golden is the best Vita game, as far as I know. Yeah, you need to have a PB at Terranigma in order to hold political office in Germany. Just like if you have the world record at Dragon Quest III, you're eligible to become Emperor of Japan. Yeah, it's fine. Selu here. Well, if you look at what people are streaming on Nico Live, it's always DQ3 or DQ5. I like DQ4 the best, but I'm an aberrant, I guess. Dat crit. How about just Poexel for finishing FF9 speedrun? Steiner has gotten so many crits in this run too. Like, I know he got some on during the Hildegard room fights, and he got one on Nova Dragon. He just got one on Kraken. Yeah, do any Japanese runners play like the PlayStation or DS versions of DQ4, or do they just stick to the original? Because like I know for 1, 2, and 3, the Super Famicom versions are more popular because of being easier. Why is International Zodiac bad again? I mean, I know it has that turbo fast forward, which seems like it would be good. Oh, there it is. So, inhibitor of antibody. Lich is probably the easiest of the 4 fiends, just because of how weak he is to the holy element. Thank you, Lich, for letting Zidane participate in the charge. Yeah, this does look a lot like the battlefield where you fight Unalaska. The Orichalcon is strong enough, basically. The only boss where having the tower would really save a turn would be Necron, and there's a trick you can use with the turn order to make it so you don't even need it. Excalibur 2. Yeah, if someone wants to throw in the SGDQ schedule, that'd be awesome. Or yeah, or you can just hit that link and then click the schedule button at the top of the site. Hey, Karakov. I kind of dig the music for the Crystal World too, just because it's this dark arrangement of the Prelude theme from the series. Okay, one encounter Crystal World is pretty good. Alright, the mother of all safety saves here. Yeah, there's no way I'm not gonna safety save before death, guys. Not in a, certainly not in a no reset run. Yeah, if anyone hasn't seen an FF9 speedrun before, this is the worst boss in the game. Death Guys always starts the battle by casting Meteor. Meteor has a really, really wide damage range, so it's entirely possible to just lose immediately to Meteor with nothing you can do about it. It's not, I would roughly guess about a 10% odds of dying to Meteor. Nolo. Hey LCC. You're here just in time for the best fight in the game. And it's because of Meteor that this fight is so awful, too. I mean, once you recover from Meteor, you can win pretty reliably. Oh, there's a wipe. Unless if he does spin for his next turn, it's over. Yep. There's Death Guys, folks. Fortunately, I've never actually died to Death Guys in a serious run attempt, but yep. There we go. Yeah, I'm sure everybody would have loved watching me play Memoria again if I hadn't safety saved before Death Guys. Even in a serious run, I'd really consider saving before Death Guys depending on how far ahead of my PB I was, because I mean, if you get Meteor wiped and reload, it costs maybe 2 minutes instead of being run over. Because, I mean, the thing, too, is that the odds of dying to Meteor are low enough that it doesn't really justify, like, level grinding enough HP to guarantee being able to survive it. Yeah, I've now overflowed my timer, too. I mean, this is really not that nasty of a boss, you know, casual play. Okay, now that's more like it as far as the outcome of Meteor, because in order to guarantee to pretty much guarantee being able to win, basically somebody other than Zidane has to survive Meteor. Because Zidane has auto life. Fortunately, Freya isn't close to trancing. If Freya gets tranced by Necron, that's really bad, because it messes with the Grand Cross skip. Hey, Anatolius. Well, this could be bad. If he does that again. Oh, no! Okay, miss. And it doesn't miss. Oh, that one was mostly my fault though, just because I queued Steiner's attack before seeing what Death Guys was going to do. Grand Cross is basically inflicts random status effects from the book, the whole book, basically up to and including instant death. Okay, the first death was the game, the second one was me being too greedy. Let's see, hopefully there won't be a third one. Death, guys. Another name for this boss. It's because I need to time a jump with Freya in order to skip Grand Cross, and if Freya is tranced, she doesn't land after the jump normally, and then that kind of messes up the turn order afterwards. Hey Keyfry, good evening, man. Yes, the remaining 3 bosses in the game are all bird-type enemies, although Death Guys is also a bug and a demon. Transkuja is also a humanoid, but Necron is only a bird. Wow, Freya barely took a scratch from that meteor. Yeah, anything that floats or hovers is considered a bird in this game. I'm just glad this fight doesn't have any gimmicks as far as like what kinds of attacks you can actually target Death Guys with. This is also what I call Tasmanian Devil mode, which is where he just does spin over and over and over again. Okay, that was a pretty good fight, although the fact that it took 3 attempts to actually beat him was not good. It only takes 6 hits from Steiner to kill him, because he's only got about 53k HP. No, Death Guys can't cast Meteor again, it's only on the first turn. Alright, just because there's a slight chance of getting meteored by Necron, which happened to me in one of my practice battles, we're gonna make sure Death Guys stays dead. It's still only 9:34 on in-game timer. Alright, Dark Messenger hype. it's called Dark Messenger is the name of this game. Yeah, he has Holy, which is kind of inappropriate if you ask me. I don't think Necron has Holy though. Oh, I think in Theatrhythm this song is called Darkness of Eternity, but on the OST it's Dark Messenger. Thanks for watching, Goldilocks and everybody else. Yeah, endgame would be quite a bit harder without charge. Because you'd need to actually deal with, like, Kraken and Transkujas, counterattacks. Oh, and Necron, you'd have to skip Grand Cross multiple times if you couldn't use charge. It's because the track names are Japanese and they've been translated different ways into English. Yeah, Transkuja can counter with Flare Star, which is why I was only attacking with charge. Although he doesn't usually do it before he gets his first turn, which is why I had Freya attack because her ATB was really good. Let's do this. Other than me screwing up the Grand Cross skip, pretty much the only thing that can go wrong with this fight is Necron casting Meteor. Because that's his only attack that can penetrate Reflect. Because if he's able to kill Freya before I can do the Grand Cross skip, then it's over, basically. I take off armor for the Grand Cross skip, you'll see in just a second. Pepsi Man. There we go, 10:14. Yeah, so anyway, what was going on basically was that I was able to skip Necron's two nastiest attacks, which are Grand Cross and Neutron Ring, by killing off all of my characters with Freya and then having Freya jump with the right timing after Blue Shockwave, which confuses Necron's AI. Because when it uses Grand Cross, it changes Necron's sprite, and then he does Neutron Ring next, which is a non-elemental attack. It does a bunch of damage and kills me. But if he doesn't actually do Grand Cross, then it kind of gets him confused and he skips Neutron Ring too. So it generally works out, well no, not generally, it does work out that I can do just enough damage to kill him before he loops back around to the top of his AI script and does Grand Cross again. There we go, the true time. Yeah, thanks everybody for watching. Too bad I couldn't cut the 10, although not cutting the 10 was basically sealed when I got that crit kill by the Iron Giant in Memoria. Because even if I hadn't forgotten the shield armor in Oilvert, that still would have been like a 10:06 or so. And this is like the only Final Fantasy II where there's a little bit of text you have to mash after you kill Kafka in 6, but this has the most text that you still have to mash through after you kill the final boss. Yeah, thanks again everybody for watching. Also thanks to everybody that voted for my the games for my follower special. I think I had like 700 or 800 votes. The game that crushed the competition the most effectively was FF6. It was a little more of a squeaker victory for Parasite Eve, and FF9 won kind of handily, but it still wasn't a blowout. Well, just because our community ends it on the last hit on Necron. The Japanese community keeps timing until the end, which is about 32 minutes after you kill Necron, because this game's ending is really, really long. Oh my god, Brosentia, what have you done? Hey, Titus. Oh, thanks for watching, Bob. One more happy Memorial Day to anyone that celebrates it, and happy Memoria Day to anybody that doesn't. Oh, did you engulf your own characters or something? Oh, Crisis Core's ending is over 32 minutes long. Well, I guess, oh yeah, because I guess you end timing when you beat Genesis instead of when you after the final story battle. I'm not going to do an 11k follower special, because it might have potentially worked out that I would have hit 11k during this weekend if I'd have gotten more viewers for FF9 especially. But I think I don't know, maybe I'll do my next follower special at like 15k or so. I'm sure I'll probably just end up doing another viewer's choice special, just because I enjoy doing these and I get a lot of good feedback. A lot of people vote for the games too. Yeah, maybe like 12.5k or something, but we'll see. Because I did my last one at 7777, and that was back in like February or January or so. So that wasn't that long ago. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hey, that's the same combination I've got in my luggage. 13337, that works too. Oh, thank you, Nekemancer and BMG. There's no way I'm gonna stop without playing the ending to this game, though. It's too good. But let me start looking for somebody to raid. Later, King Tut. Swagger. Yes, this was almost an hour behind my PB, which is 9:21. But I finished, which was the goal. And the reason for all the safety saves was to give all of you fine guys and gals that have supported me over the years and voted in my viewers' choice poll to you can see a full FF9 speedrun. Hey, good night, Griffith. Alright, now we're done with mashing. Forever! Oh, thank you, Eldorado. Appreciate it. Please hit the follow button if you haven't already. I'm gonna be out of town this coming week, so my earliest opportunity to stream again is gonna be next Sunday. I might do an FF6 any percent glitchless attempt. So I do want to try to fit in another FF6 100% run too before SGDQ. Good night, Goldilocks. Probably after SGDQ, as far as when I'll have time to just start going for FF7 PBs again. I do have to do some work before I'm ready for that, though, because I need to update my Disc 2 and 3 route with some of the new strategies that Cart 7 has discovered. Like skipping the barrier materia. Just some differences with menuing, especially for the crater. I really want to get back to work on cutting the 8 in FF7 though, just because my PB is has some pretty extremely outdated strats, and including the step count route too. I mean, I have not actually finished a run with my newest step count route, courtesy of Brutal L, who taught me everything I knew about step counting. Yes. So many VV. Well, hey, that explains where all the VVs that I beat up with a Nerf sword in Kingdom Hearts 2 come from. Alright, good night, Dread. There are some ambiguities with this ending, but then I don't know. I've always just understood it that everything turns out okay for the characters. Well, I think the idea is that Vivi is supposed to have a longer lifespan than average black mages because of being the prototype, but that he still is only expected to live a couple years. I think the most widely understood theory is that Vivi died at some point between the end of the game and this epilogue, and that this letter being read was kind of his will that he mailed to his friends. But they leave it ambiguous, though. So maybe he didn't die. I enjoyed 13 and 13-2. 13-2 a little more than 13, but I don't ever see myself speedrunning either of them. For me, it's all about FF4 through 9. I like the ATB-based games. Oh, and Chrono Trigger, which is kind of in the same mold. If you ask me, the low point of Final Fantasy was 2. Karakarn did a segmented run of the Origins version of FF2, but I don't know anyone else that cares about the game. The Japanese leaderboard for FF2 is pretty weak too. I mean, there's a couple runs on the GBA version, but I think there's only one time for the Famicom version. That sounds like a very good life decision, Brosensha. Thanks for watching, Kusumi Blue. I would much rather FF9 come to Steam, but I don't really see that happening because there's never been a PC version of FF9 before, so they'd have to kind of recode it from scratch. Whereas like 7 and 8 had PC ports that came relatively soon after the PlayStation versions did. So they had something to start from when they ported those to modern PCs and Steam. If they did make a PC version of 9, I'd probably switch to that for speedrunning unless there was some really big reason not to, like problems with the controls or crash bugs or something, just because PC loading times would be really, really nice for a run this long. Yeah, you can get it FF9 for like $6 or $8 or something on PSN, but nobody really speedruns that version just because the loading times are slower. For all the PlayStation Final Fantasies, the fastest way to play is play the disc version on a PlayStation 2 with fast disc speed. Yeah, and there's an Easter egg where if you say that you want to kidnap Bronze 64 times, there's a little Easter egg where Ruby walks into the room and asks what's wrong with you. Yes, I have done that and confirmed that it exists too. No, there's no item, it's just a little, it's a short cutscene. Yeah, I've heard pretty good things about Final Fantasy Type 0. Oh, my pleasure, Iris Velar. Yeah, I do feel kind of sorry for people for whom this was their first Final Fantasy, just because all of the little shout-outs and references to FF1 through 8 wouldn't mean anything to someone who hasn't played any of them. Yeah, this ending brings the feels, that's for sure. In a good way, though, just because it's such a sweet and happy ending. Even though it's a little ambiguous about what happens, like, to Vivi and what happens to Gaia and Terra, but it kind of always just leaves me knowing that things turned out okay in the end for everyone. That even if Vivi didn't live more than a couple years after the end of the game, he still kind of had a fulfilling life. The Bible thumps are real. It's okay, folks. Go ahead and let them fly. Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to taking this headset off since I've been wearing it for like close to 11 hours now. Bobble thump, I like that. Aww, happy ending. I think the pendant falling off is symbolism, basically, of... Although I'm not super clear on what it's supposed to symbolize, if it's her, like, leaving another piece of her past behind to go join Zidane, or what. Since this is a special occasion, I would sing this song, but I can't because I'm still sick. So sorry. Hopefully next time I run this game, I can sing the song for anyone that wants me to. I'm okay with that, Vulcan. We did sing this at Sweet for L 13 after my run there. This was like the first song like in any speedrun marathon ever that we actually took seriously too. Well, the singer is Japanese. I mean, the same woman sings both the Japanese and English versions of the song. Yeah, I mean, this game definitely pushes the PlayStation 1 hardware to its limits, just like FF6 did with the Super Nintendo. The C4L VODs are still just on Poxnor's Twitch channel. He's said that he wants to upload the he wants to upload them to YouTube, but who knows when he'll do it. Yeah, oh, I like Wings, actually. I like pretty much all of the, like, vocal songs from the Wild Arms series. Okay, I remember liking the ending song to Alter Code F. Yeah, go for it, Bob. I posted that same link a couple times, too. Oh, nice, Rex. Yeah, a little preoccupied during, what is it called? I Look Up to the Sky Because You Are There, the opening song of Wild Arms 4. Yeah, your Wild Arms 4 run is up next for me to watch VOD of. I just finished watching Railkun's Chrono Cross run in a couple sessions. So Wild Arms 4 is up next. No, thanks for watching, Gray Skull. Yeah, if that's the only reason I would play FF12 again, is if there is a English version of the International Zodiac version. Now we go into one of my favorite arrangements of the Final Fantasy main theme of all time. I really like the instruments they used. Oh, thank you, Ryu and Opario. Yeah, I think Opario, you were around for pretty much the whole run. Thanks to everybody else that was here pretty much all day, too. Not really, 17 Puffins. I think, Mr. Zwanzig said that he was working on a guide, but, alright, I mean, you're generally kind of better off just watching other runs of the game and then kind of taking notes and starting to work on it yourself. Oh, thanks for... Oh, my pleasure, Star Prism. Good job, Mr. Sakaguchi-san. You did good before. Well, it's in the ending to 6, and I think 7 and 8 as well. I don't think it's in 5. It's the opening song from 12. Before we finish an FF12 run, we do have one more bit of business we need to do. Oops, hope I can enter the code right. There we go. This is a Vegas blackjack deck, by the way, too, because it is possible to get 5 of the same card. Yeah, JP timing end. And the end appeared a second ago. Ah, the troll. Despite this being probably even more random, I would be perfectly fine having to play blackjack instead of Tetramaster to win the rebirth ring. Because I understand the rules for blackjack so much better. Another 21. Haha! I get one now. Probably could have gone a double too. Alright, it's time for higher stakes blackjack. It is actually possible to break the bank on this too. I think if you win, I don't know if it's just after a certain number of games or after after you've won a certain amount of money, then it just kicks you back to the end screen. It was actually split I meant to hit back there instead of double. Doing double on those cards was actually really risky. Hey. Yeah, that's why I was just saying chest jerk. What I was trying to hit was split, but I thought I was thinking double was what I was supposed to do. That is the ultimate YOLO in blackjack. Doubles your bet basically, and has you play one. You get one more card. Yeah, I guess 1,000 is the maximum wager. Oh, thanks, Omni. Appreciate it. This is definitely not the best FF9 run I've ever done by any means, but I definitely had fun doing it. And hanging out with all of you fine ladies and gentlemen today. Someday I'll get back into this game more seriously. No idea when, though. Yeah, someday I'm gonna have to hang up the whole information technology thing and become a card shark. I mean, you can make a living off playing Triple Triad and Tetramaster, right? Right? Hey, I broke the bank! Yay! No idea if the game just ends after you win a certain number of matches, or if it's based on like how many points you win or something. But yeah, I've had this happen a couple times before where I've gone on long enough that it just kicks me out back to the end screen. I mean, if you want to play blackjack again, you can just enter the code again and do it. But anywho, let's see who else is streaming that we can raid. Yeah, JP blackjack timing end. Alright, we're gonna raid Mr. Duckfest, who's doing Super Mario Bros. 3 SGDQ practice. He's a really cool guy that also runs Final Fantasy 3 Famicom version, although his main focus is usually NES platformers like Mario and Ninja Gaiden. Let's see what we can do for a raid message. Let's say go P-speed or go home. P-speed means your fastest possible running speed, but just the fact that commentary for Super Mario Bros. 3 pretty much always involves the word P-speed at some point, it always ends up becoming quite silly. Alright, then with that I'm gonna run a couple commercials before I sign off, so one more big thanks to everybody that watched some part of this follower special this weekend. Thanks everybody that voted in the poll for the games. Thanks for not making me play Final Fantasy VIII. Maybe that games day will come someday, but again, I'm going to be out of town Tuesday through Saturday, so the earliest that I can stream again will be next Sunday. I might do a Final Fantasy VI run next Sunday, but we shall see. Please follow if you haven't already, and we do one other plug for SGDQ, which is less than a month away. Crazy. And everybody have yourself a good night, and hope to see you next time. Take care.